BOC work session meeting on Tuesday, February 24th, first, and in the room with me is Greg Postman and Patty Clapper. And Kelly is joining us on Zoom, and I think Steve will be with us shortly as well. The first, I have to call a special meeting for the Board of Social Services fourth quarter update. Does that need a motion, or do we just do it?
Nope, you don't have to have a motion. We can
Okay,
just
so
call
we're
it.
now in a special meeting.
I believe we can just call it, right, John?
And
You do adjourn it, though.
is Lindsay online, or?
She's
Nope.
not here today.
Okay, well, that's just fine.
She's
We'll be
taking
fine
it.
with you guys.
But she had,
So-
I got called to a meeting with her earlier today, though.
Yeah, there was something at 11, right?
Yeah.
Definitely not here. Oh, no, that is different, Lindsay. That's our wellness.
Different Lindsay,
Oh.
right. Thank you. You're right.
That just
Maurer versus
confused me.
Mitch.
I was all ready to go.
Got it.
So if you guys just introduce yourselves and carry on, that'd be great.
That'd be
Yeah,
great.
we'll do the introductions. We're working on getting our presentation up and running. So I'm Sam Lander-Casper. I'm the Assistant Director of Strategy and Operations. And I'll let Matt introduce himself, but then we've got some of our new staff here that we wanted to introduce to
good.
the board, so.
Good afternoon. I'm Matt McGaw. I'm our Assistant Director of Programs and Services. Go ahead, Stuart.
I'm Stuart Fox. I'm the financial analyst for Human Services.
Great.
And behind us back here, we have two of our new employees that we thought would be good to introduce to you all. Adam, do you want to stand up and say hello?
Hello.
Adam is our new Veteran Services Officer.
Oh,
Yay,
great.
Nice to meet you.
We are super excited to have Adam, and he has taken the initiative and is already starting to work with clients.
Can
Is that a part-time job or a full-time job?
We did up I believe it's 30 hours.
30
now.
hours, yes.
Yeah, it's a
Can
30-hour
I-
position.
Can I jump in just real quick? On the 3rd and 4th of March, we're gonna have this young man who's an Eagle Scout candidate. He's gonna be putting in plaques here at Veterans Park with his scout troop in honor of the veterans who have passed away in the Roaring Fork Valley in the line of duty. Just to let you know, if you wanna talk to me, we can maybe connect. I'm gonna be out of town, but they're gonna do it, John Peacock, so you know too. They're gonna put the plaques in on the 3rd and 4th, and they're gonna bring Colonel Merritt up. Yeah, and then we'll try and do something in May for Colonel Merritt. Doing well. Thank you. So we can talk. He's got his-
And we're
look,
ready
he's got
to
his
be
business
introduced
cards.
to.
Hi, my name is Meg. I just started last week. I'm program analyst for all of Human Services.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
That's a big one. That is not 30 hours a week, I'll bet.
That's at least a 40-hour a
Is
week
that
job
your
now.
business card?
Okay.
Yeah, so Meg and Stuart are part of the reorganization we did in Human Services to create really this analyst level role to look at our data, look at our, just really across the entire department. So they have, they're part of this new group we're putting together to really look at ways we can streamline the work we do and make sure that we're working across all of our divisions to make sure that we're connecting people to all the right resources and that we have the data we need to really make these informed decisions around things like financial empowerment, food insecurity, childcare access, et cetera. So they've been doing a great job of getting caught up to speed, learning what the county does, and we're really excited to have them on board. So let me find.
Doing a little camping out in your living room, Steve?
Yeah.
Hold it there.
Slideshow.
Been snowing in there a whole bunch?
Well, it's 5 degrees outside, and I'm in the garage, so it's kind of chilly.
Interesting.
He's got a tent. He's got to be okay.
Yeah.
That tent is where Molly and I are sleeping. It's a small house, and we just have a very cozy spot to camp in the garage.
Just don't
Okay.
start the car while you're in there, Steve.
Yeah,
Not a
that
good
could be
idea.
All right, Sam.
Great. Well, we're here today for our fourth quarter 2022 Board of Social Services report. Today we're going to talk a lot mostly about our annual statistics and the work that was done in the Human Services department over the last year. Obviously, we're going to look at our payrolls, which is one of the main reason why we're here today, so that the board can review and approve the payrolls for the for all of the programs. We're going to be looking at the Economic Assistance Department, which is eligibility for all of our assistance programs like food assistance, Medicaid, various cash programs, et cetera. Reviewing, there's not really much of an update on the Healthy Community Fund right now, but it is included in the Human Services realm. Matt's going to be giving us an update on the protective services, both child and adult. We have some information from the Senior Services meals from the year, all the meals that they did and the programming. And we don't really have any update for Veteran Services other than we're really happy to have Adam on board and happy to have him out there in the community. So I'm going to let Stuart run you through the budget versus actuals and the high-level department finances for the last quarter and for the year.
Wonderful. Thank you guys so much for having us. What I'd like to do is just go over what is on the screen. I'd like to just highlight some of those anomalies on the right-hand side, that right column. You'll notice there's some large percentages either up or down away from 100, and I'd like to just call those out and address why those anomalies exist, those variances exist. So I'll bring your attention to the first one, the second row, the TANF-CO works. The expenditures, you'll notice, are 241% of budget. And so that looks like that is due to some of the economic assistance expenses are also run through those expenditures. And so that's just how things are run. They really should probably be up in the first admin and economic assistance, but however, that's how they come across, and so it kind of skews that number. I do have a deeper conversation, and you'll have to forgive me, this is only my first month with the county, so I don't have a lot of background schema. So I do have a call. I do have a call with the state to try to explain the reasoning of why those are where they are, and maybe clean that up. Put things where they should be.
Does that happen annually, every or quarterly? Do we see this all the time?
It's variable
I'm just trying to
because,
remember
so
what
this
we
is
saw.
the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families,
Right.
which is a federal program in Colorado. It's called Colorado Works. And what we see is it really depends on how it bills out, whether it's direct benefits to customers or if it's wages for staff, because we do code some of our staff time to that. We also contract with certain providers. We contract with our Adult and Family Services. We contract with the Youth Zone. And there's just a lot of variability in how we can spend out of this program to really make it applicable to our community. The good news is we didn't go over our allocation. So at the end of the day, we're being reimbursed for all of this funding, and we still are carrying our full balance in our surplus that we are allowed to carry. As a medium county, we can carry $100,000 surplus for this program forward every year. So
I have a question, Francie.
Go ahead.
So you said you're going to try and get the state to put things where they belong. If you figure that out, would you let us know?
Noted.
Thank you.
It does make sense that we hit 100% every year, right? That's the.
At the end of the day,
That
that's where
gives
we
us
want
a
to be.
sense of how we're doing compared to previous years, correct? So.
Yep.
It does seem something's not right. Yeah, I mean, in terms of categorization or something.
Exactly.
I can't remember it being that skewed that much in the previous years.
Last year was not.
Right.
It was skewed, but it was not skewed to 241%. So it is trended in the wrong direction.
We'll get to the bottom of this.
Let us know.
well, the interesting thing is the budget for it was $15,000, which is
Right.
well below what we would expect to spend. So it'd be interesting to see how that got rolled, how that was entered, right? Because at the end of the day, we're worried about our total expenditure out of the program. So we receive that $75,000 each year. And like I said, we're able to roll any additional over into our surplus, and we can actually purchase dollars at 14 cents on the dollar for this. So we've got a lot of flexibility in this
Right,
program.
great. Yeah, thank you. I'm familiar hearing about that.
Right.
Fancy footwork, but.
We're looking at how we can maximize these funds because they have that flexibility.
When we see high expenditures there, it means we're doing a lot of work for those that qualify in that area, whether they're getting that direct benefit or some case management. So we see that as a good thing, even though it looks a little funny.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's a low five-figure expenditure anyway.
Yeah.
Right, it's not like if it was millions, we'd be newspaper.
A
would be
little more
calling.
nervous.
We'd run that by you before we got to that point.
Well, thank you guys for that detail and clarification on that. The other, two other areas I'd like to bring to your attention. Under childcare and adult protection, you'll notice that the expenditures are under 50%. And that's a continuation of a trend we'd been seeing throughout the entire year. And those really, as previous quarterly reports have updated, those are just essentially due to low overall caseloads for those two programs. And so, Matt, if you could speak more to that.
Yeah, I can definitely speak to the adult protection. You'll see later in our data report, our numbers have just gone down, and we anticipated the opposite. We have an aging community, and the trends are for those numbers to go up. I really attribute this to the work that our adult protection worker is doing. I feel like over the last couple of years, she's been really able to help families work through the adult protection system to where that they're getting their needs met and they're not getting reported back to us. And so that's going to be resulting in a lower caseload. And so right now we're anticipating that to go back up, but we're seeing it pretty low. And you'll see it's been stable over the last 2 to 3 years since Emily is our adult protection worker. She's done a great job, like I said. As far as the child care goes, I really think that, and Sam, you might be able to help me out here, but I'm not sure that there's been a whole lot of families that are qualifying for this assistance in our community. And so we are really trying to work with our early childhood providers to help families know that the benefits are out there, that they can apply for assistance when it comes to child care. And that's my understanding right now on that low number. But is there anything else you could?
Yeah, actually, and we'll talk about this a little further on, but we are starting to see a reversal in that trend. The caseloads are going up, our issuances are going up. There's going to be some rule changes that we'll talk about a little bit. So we do expect to see that program going back up.
So you're saying that the lower numbers in adult protection is because of great service in the last couple of years, which is incredibly good news. But that the low numbers in child care is because of inability to qualify for the help.
Well, yeah, I mean, so
Capacity is
I
one?
think, well, capacity we run into, folks maybe can't find slots for their children. We also, even though the income limit is higher than any of our other assistance programs, it's at 265% of the federal poverty level. There are just a lot of folks that end up moving over onto Kids First. I know our staff said that we had some children who had been on it for a number of years who had graduated because of going into kindergarten. So we see some, and it's a small caseload. I mean, generally over the last 3 years, it's been, around 8 to 14 children.
Oh, really? That's
Which is, it spends our allocation, it's an expensive program. But so when you have a few children move off the program due to going to kindergarten or what have you, or moving, then you see a pretty significant
Yeah.
decrease in expenditure.
Yeah, great, thanks.
Looks like Kelly has a question.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay? I was having
Yes.
some
Yeah, it's good.
issues this week. Okay. I'm wondering, so Kids First has like a estimator calculator that they have on their website for people to put in their, basic assets and income. And then it kind of spits out a, yes, it looks like you qualify, or no, it looks like you don't qualify. Do you know if the CCAP limits are also incorporated in that? So, for example, if someone maybe I don't know, maybe that they would be directed to CCAP as well as Kids First?
So we
that
do,
calculator?
yeah, we meet, there's not actually a calculator, but we do have a regular meeting with Kids First and Aspen Family Connections, who oversees the preschool program, the Colorado preschool program, and our economic assistance benefits outreach specialist. So they do make referrals internally, which covers, that's pretty much the gamut of programs that are available for childcare. So, if Kids First is working with somebody and they run their eligibility and see, well, you're below the income limit, they would give Lehia a call and get them started on the path to fill out an application. And I know Our EA team, economic assistance team, has reported a lot more applications as of late. I'm not sure why, but they said they have been getting a lot more lately.
Thanks, Sam, that's helpful.
Perfect. All right, and then finally, the last one would be the offsetting county revenues. The general fund transfer is only 63%. When I looked into that and I dug into last year, comparing this year to last year's budget was only $1 million. Sorry, was $1 million. This year, clearly we've increased that request by $600,000, and the reason for that increase was, as I write on multiple pieces of paper, lose my train of thought. That was due to a combination of a request and increase of about $325,000 for human services support and human service admin net cost. So kind of what these new roles are. And then we requested about $282,000 for services, senior services replacement. And so that is why we have that increase, but we haven't realized those expenses yet. And so you'll see that now we have this positive variance of $600,000, hence why we're only at 63% of expenditures. And then that carries on to the surplus set, slash deficit. You'll notice we have a fairly large year-to-date variance, you know, when you look at that, or not that. So that kind of explains that. What questions?
What's the senior services replacement?
I believe based on that figure, that was probably the remodel that didn't happen this year, right?
I'm like, who are
There's-
we replacing the seniors?
They're still in the
Are we
process.
restructuring, Mr. Peter? We're talking fixtures, not
Right, yeah.
physical beings.
Right, capital improvement. Mhm, yeah.
Yep. And so any questions on this I can help to expand on?
No, but I believe you need a
good.
motion.
We would ask that you
I will do a
approve.
motion to approve the 2022 fourth quarter expenditures.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Hi.
I always highlight those motions, those votes, because they come like, you're like not
Yeah.
expecting them to be there.
I thank you for helping.
All right, so the second thing that we're required to look at here are the payrolls, which are a little different from expenditures. These are the issuances, meaning the direct payments, whether it's to customers or providers of these services. So you'll see here we've got our economic services programs listed on the left, as well as the expenditures from year to year. You know, I don't generally go through all of these, really just kind of calling out areas where we see some major changes. First of which you'll probably notice from year to year is our child care program. So we do see that uptick. That was largely in the fourth quarter. So you see that difference of about, I'm not mathing well today, $50,000 between 2021 and 22. That was that uptick that we mentioned that we're starting to see. We're getting a little closer to where we were in 2020. And with some of the rule changes we'll talk about, we might see that go a little higher. Our old age pension program is about the same. We've kept a steady caseload, and there's just a little bit of variance due to an increase from cost of living adjustments from year to year. Our low income energy assistance program, or LEAP, which is a great program, helps provide assistance for heating costs as well as water costs. You'll see that's gone up a lot since 2021. One reason for that is it's not actually additional utilization, it's higher benefit payout, meaning energy costs have gone up and more people are getting water paid for. So, you know, that program is open until April, so we always encourage people to apply. It runs November to April, so if anybody finds themselves in need of some utility assistance, feel free to get in touch with our Economic Assistance Office to put in an application. The Colorado Works, or TANF program, we talked a little bit about that, and you'll see that these direct payments to customers, that $4,000 really represents what's called the Basic Cash Assistance Program. Those payouts are typically very low because so few people qualify. The income limits for that program are very, very low. I think the last time they were adjusted was 1997. So it's hard for folks up here who are working to even qualify for that. However, we are able to use those funds in different ways. Like we mentioned, there's a diversion program which can help people experiencing crisis with a lump sum payment. And we can also use those monies to contract with providers who are assisting that demographic in our population. So we've helped bring on additional staff with Youth Zone, or sorry, is McKellar's the buddy program or Youth Zone? I get those two mixed up.
I don't know.
It's Youth Zone, and to get an additional caseworker over the summer to increase slots for low-income children so that they're able to access that, just to make more room. Finally, food assistance, or the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. You'll see those issuances have just gone up year to year. That's due to the maximum allotment that's been authorized since the onset of the pandemic, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that a little further on. Those are going to be ending at the end of this month, so we're going to see a pretty substantial decrease in those benefits next year. And we'll talk a little bit more about how that impacts different aspects of our community here as we move through this. Right, it's a big deal, especially after 3 years.
Yeah.
Question about the LEAP, low-income energy assistance. I would anticipate it getting higher just because energy costs, gas costs. I know Black Hills bills, people have been remarking on how high they are.
Right.
And it's kind of surprising that it didn't go up that much, but I expected it to do more. Well, the question is how large is the pool of funds, and what is how high is the hurdle to gain access to them?
I don't know those income limits off the top of my head. It's certainly higher than food assistance and Medicaid, so almost anybody that qualifies for that should be able to apply for this. You don't have to be a homeowner to apply. Your utilities don't need to be separate from your rent to apply. You can use it for firewood, or if you live in your vehicle and are using propane heat, etc. And like I said, it pays water costs as well. I think where we see this difference is the caseload is similar to 2021 when our expenditures were 37,000. So really the difference is just, that's the energy cost difference, which is, I mean, it'd be what, 20-30% difference in just cost of doing business. So it is remarkable for sure.
Oh,
Great,
I
thank
felt it. I feel it in my house.
Yeah.
The amount of energy I'm using is the same, but the costs are.
Yeah.
Right.
Any other questions for Sam?
I'm good.
All right,
thanks.
well, I'll look for a motion to approve the 2022 fourth quarter payrolls.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Hi.
All right, great. Well, so we've gone through, we just wanted to give you an overview of what we're going to be talking about today. Like I said earlier, we really want to focus on our annual human services program statistics, basically the work that's been done, really kind of quantify that, wrap up the year. And then we're going to talk about a few of our strategic plan updates at the end there, talking about that SNAP maximum benefit. We're going to talk a bit about the Financial Empowerment Center. Matt's going to talk about some adult and family services updates, and then we're just going to kind of look at Medicaid and child care issuance to wrap things up. So we'll start with economic assistance. I will continue talking. And I did want to call up, there's going to be Matt moving into the program and services role. You're going to start seeing him a lot more when we're talking about these programs. I know the last 6 years I've been, heading up the economic assistance reviews, but that's going to be falling under Matt moving forward. And I think you'll see Stuart, Meg, myself talking a little bit more about the overall departmental strategic planning, budget, etc. So you'll see Matt and I kind of both talking about some of these things right now because we're really sorting through where we land with these new roles.
Is that why Lindsay went on vacation?
She threw us out here. No, I'll do my best here to follow up on how Sam does this. But moving forward, I'll start presenting a lot of this information.
So first, we just wanted to look at, for the Economic Assistance Department, total issuance. So over the course of the year, these are the payrolls for everything that was issued. And you'll see over the COVID era, we've obviously been higher. with 2022 being our highest. This does represent a lot of basically outside funding coming into our community. I think that's why it's important to look at this. And with the SNAP maximum allotments ending, I think we're going to see a return based on what our caseloads look like, more to the 2019, 2018 numbers. It's going to be hard to tell exactly what that impact will be, but I think that's probably the reality we're looking at. So we are going to see a decrease. Obviously it's going to be felt at our supermarkets, not to mention the families who are seeing the decrease in those benefits. Okay, so I thought I had Medicaid issuance here. I guess this graph, oh, sorry, the numbers are on the graph. Okay, I was confused because I wanted to show Medicaid is kind of hard to quantify. We can tell you how many folks are enrolled in the program, but it doesn't really tell you what's coming into our community, right? I mean, obviously not everybody's being treated in Pitkin County. But as far as what benefit is being paid out by the state, for our residents. And, it's pretty substantial when you look at this. It's close to $3 million, maybe over $3 million, with, the majority being those professional claims, meaning primary care providers, et cetera. And we see a lot of this money going to our federally qualified healthcare provider, Mountain Family Health Services, which is great. We obviously want to increase the number of people who are eligible for Medicaid that are actually enrolled, because this represents a lot of our, if we could increase that number, it's just less uninsured going to our providers. And so, yeah, we just wanted to give everybody kind of a feel for, if we're issuing $1.2 million in benefits for all those other programs, Medicaid's more than double that. And I think this is the first time we've been able to put this data together to show y'all. We also want to show the amount of work that's being done in the Economic Assistance Department. So the number of applications that come in each year, obviously 2020 was a huge spike when everyone was laid off or had to be sent home. But each of these applications that comes in for each of these departments represents a piece of work that our now 3 eligibility specialists are working on. And we just wanted to give you a sense for the volume. Across the board, it's pretty consistent except for that 2020 year. But it is a significant amount of work. And, oh, sorry, go ahead, Francie.
No, finish and then.
Just that, some of these programs are more complicated than others. Medicaid is a fairly easy process generally because it's a simple eligibility process, whereas SNAP, adult financial, long-term care, those are very time intensive. And, SNAP obviously is our highest volume of applications that we receive.
When you get reimbursed for all the Medicaid, or maybe you get the money before it goes out, I'm not sure quite how that works, but does it include the time spent in processing all of these claims? In other words, do you get reimbursed for the work, or is it strictly what goes to the recipients?
So what we are looking at, those are benefits paid through the state. It's really passed through. We don't have an allocation for Medicaid. That gets billed directly to the state. We do receive an allocation, an admin allocation from Healthcare Policy and Financing. However, it is very, very minimal. All counties are experiencing that. The amount of work that goes into working Medicaid, we're not reimbursed for, but it's a finite amount of money. So that's where you see, our admin costs are quite high because we, as a county, take that on because we want to provide that service.
So the county subsidizes the cost for the administration?
Right. If we had to exist on just the allocations we receive from the state, I don't know if it would pay for a 1.25 FTE for the whole department.
Mm-hmm. And we have?
We have 3.
3 eligibility specialists, a benefits outreach specialist, and the manager, so 5.
Wow.
Thank
you. That was really helpful.
Can I ask a question? Going back to the total annual issuance, so the slide before. The paragraph right above that, the sentence right above that in my agenda item summary says, however, this decrease in issuance is not likely to result in a corresponding decrease in the caseload, as eligibility for the program is not changing.
Right.
So the money's going to be the same?
The money will be less, the caseload will be the same. Right. So
that's what I meant.
Right. People have been receiving a maximum allotment, which basically ignores the way SNAP is determined is there's a minimum allocation or a minimum allotment you can receive and a maximum. Essentially, people who have less income get a higher issuance, right? But people who have like fixed income, like a lot of our older adults who are getting Social Security, they can still qualify, but it's for a smaller amount. Now, during COVID, that basically was overlooked. If you'd been getting the minimum $23 a month, it didn't matter. Now you're getting $280. So the same amount of people really are qualified for the program, but now those benefits are going to go back to what they would be
Right.
technically eligible
So
for.
the dollar's gonna be here, but the caseload's gonna stay stable.
Exactly,
That's gonna
yep.
be
So
so painful.
It is,
265
'cause they've
people.
gotten- They've been using that money to live, and now they're,
Right.
Yeah, that's
Right, with
gonna be-
inflation and everything, the argument is that the emergency's not over.
Yeah.
It's just a different one.
yeah, it's got a different title to it.
Right,
So
exactly.
what opportunities will those people have to get further assistance?
So that's, we're taking steps, really trying to connect people to those resources, like Lift Up. We do the CSA program in the summer where we purchase the shares from Two Roots Farm and distribute them at the senior center. We are working on a food hub feasibility program or study that we're doing to try to determine if, where, and how we could create a food hub, which would really make it more effective for people to access food, especially up here on this end of the valley. So we're looking at a lot of ways. There's not going to be a SNAP supplement, it doesn't look like. So, really there is going to be a gap there for a while.
Get them into LEAP programs and those kind of things.
There's
too,
a big
right?
focus on the case management and trying to provide that. So we have people in place to help people get connected to the resources. Because our community has a lot. It's just complicated to work through and find what you need at the right time. So
Are you gonna show us actual numbers of recipients?
Yep, I think.
Okay,
Let me
great.
see.
I'll wait.
There's our caseload. Yep, I don't know. I don't recall if I broke it down by program. I put a lot of graphs in here. I'm sorry, but
Pretty
yeah, these
color,
are
I like
these are our eligible individuals here. Average monthly caseload. So
For
as you-
everything?
For everything, right? So this includes Medicaid, SNAP, adult financial, et cetera. Really, the main group here is Medicaid and SNAP, with Medicaid being the highest. I think currently our Medicaid caseload is around just under 2,200 individuals, with SNAP being around 260. That fluctuates from month to month, of course.
But the
but-
And that's about 12% of our county population? That seems pretty high.
2,500 people would be,
I-
that's tough math.
Out of our six,
Out of
We have
17,000.
right? So
Yeah.
it's like 1/8, or actually even more than that, more like 1/7.
It's over at 10% for sure. Yeah.
but the problem, is my understanding, is the feds are now changing the eligibility for Medicare after the pandemic, so we're gonna lose. and
Yep. So we're going to talk a bit about that. The public health emergency's ending, which means people have been locked in on Medicaid since the public health emergency was declared. So even if, let's say, you were, your office closed, you applied for Medicaid because you had no income, and the next month you were back at work. Regardless, you were going to stay on Medicaid. So that meant they just didn't want people dropping on and off just because. But it has gone on for quite some time now, which has caused some complications. The nice thing is that the actual rollout of the ending the locked-in period is going to be a lot simpler than we had initially anticipated. It's not going to be so abrupt, so it'll be a little more gradual. So I think over 2023 we are going to see those numbers decrease significantly. I can't really take a guess at what it will be, but it wouldn't surprise me if we ended up closer to where we were in 2019.
We're gonna have a significant percentage of our population that's uninsured.
Well, to be fair,
We're gonna
some
go
of those
back to
people
the-
might have already gone back to work and have their benefits through work again. And also, there's going to be anybody who is over income for the program will have the opportunity to purchase a subsidized plan through the marketplace. So we just want to make sure, yes, we're getting people the information when they do transition off as to what their options
With the
are.
inflationary issues, people who can't afford
Oh, for certainly.
to even go into the open, the open market there. And
Yeah.
So, and when you say subsidized plans through the marketplace, you're talking about ACA?
Yep. The Affordable Care Act, and then it's Connect for Health Colorado is who people will work through, who's based with Mountain Family Health Services.
Our own Valley Health Alliance.
Yeah, the Health Alliance is kind of coordinating at the higher level. Most of the folks who are doing the actual boots on the ground, connecting people with their policies and figuring out their subsidies are the Connect for Health Colorado folks. Yeah. So they will be available to help.
Looks like Kelly's got her hand up.
Oh, yep,
Go
Kelly.
ahead, Kelly.
Thank you. I'm wondering, are we working with Mountain Family Health Center to strategize how they will weather this reduction and transition?
We've met with them. We are still in the process of figuring out what the best method is going to be for this. Fortunately, the messaging for anybody on Medicaid has come out from the state, so they've been made aware of what the process will look like. And the nice thing is that now it's not kind of really just an end date. Folks will be getting redetermined as they do annually each year, and that's the point at which they will then find out whether they're eligible or not, and then have those options presented to move through the system. So there is a touch point, which is nice. It's not just kind of just a drop off with no follow up. All right, and my last one is this year there was all this work we couldn't really quantify before, but with our new phone system, with some technology that we implemented in the office, and with a new workload tracking system set up, we're able to really capture some of this work that before we hadn't been able to really address, meaning the time our techs are spending doing phone calls, walk-in customers, all of the applications that were actually processed and dealt with, the redeterminations, meaning the annual revisit of the case, the changes. This is all the information people come in with throughout the year and drop off with us to update their case and make sure that it's current, as well as the interviews. For various programs, the division is required to interview, which takes a significant portion of time. So we just wanted to give a chance to show all the work that that our techs are doing in the EA department. You'll notice on their total walk-in customers signed in, that just means that they actually signed in on our iPad that we have up front. We have a lot of people who knock or ring the doorbell that don't actually get into this system. So this is as best as we can track it, and I think it speaks a lot to everything that's going on there, that you're getting pulled in 6 different directions. So just want to appreciate our team and the work that they do.
So if you have 1,847 incoming calls, but you only answer in 1,021.
We returned all the rest, but those are the ones we could pick up on the ring. We're working at bringing that up. That's one of our metrics for this year. We do want to have more, pick up on the initial call, but again, with the number of staff and the volume of calls.
Oh, I thought you just
it's-
never called them back.
No. As long as people leave us a message, we always call back.
Thanks for the clarification. I
Yes,
appreciate that.
good question.
Question, just looking, still drilling into this. You've got 622 applications processed. Does that mean they successfully got through the application process? And is it only a 30% actually get through?
Well, yeah, it'd be nice for us, and I think maybe this year we'll start looking at how we can collect that information of the total processed, how many were approved. That is simply, we have our tracking system, we looked at every application that we received, and that's our total for the year.
Got it.
That wouldn't include LEAP, because those applications are processed by Goodwill. That's a contract we keep up with the state. It would also not include child support services applications, because those go through Garfield.
So Goodwill, where's Goodwill based?
Colorado Springs.
So
Yeah.
if somebody wants to do LEAP, they've got to go through Colorado Springs to get it?
Well, they have their customer service center there. We have applications that are building. They're online. They can actually do it through the online peak.
Easy enough to do remotely.
Exactly. And we can help.
Yeah.
If someone comes in and says, hey, I've got a problem with my LEAP application, I can't get a hold of Goodwill, we have a ticket system we can use to help connect them. So there is that, we do have some oversight over how those cases are being dealt with.
I guess, the interesting thing is to try to figure out if anybody fell through the cracks, do we know it? and how many are there, and, you know, how can we fix it? If it's a problem, maybe this is how it's supposed to look, right?
Well, right.
Yeah.
I mean, they are audited. It is a RFP that the state puts out. That Goodwill, I think Goodwill's the only one who applies for it. So there are audits and checks. But yeah, we do sometimes get folks coming in saying, "Hey, I never heard." They are generally pretty good at getting back to us if we say, "Hey, we have this customer who came in. They said they hadn't heard on their application." They're pretty good at finding out what happened and getting back to us. So generally, that's a pretty well managed program.
Great.
We find, yeah, we're pretty happy with them.
Thank you.
All right, I will.
We don't make them drive to Colorado.
Yes. No wonder they.
Unless they
don't
want to
sign
go
up.
shopping at Goodwill, because it's pretty cool stuff.
Long drive. All right, so I was going to go through some data here for adult and family services and then our senior services. And this isn't something we do every quarter, so if you have questions about any of this, just let me know. It's pretty basic data here, and I just want to kind of give you a flavor of what our adult and family services team is dealing with and some of the numbers here. So this first graph is basically just showing us the amount of reports that we receive for child welfare each year. This includes physical abuse, sexual abuse, neglect. There's various forms of neglect, emotional abuse, things like that. And the blue chart, or the blue column there, represents the number that actually get accepted for a child welfare assessment. It's a pretty high threshold in the state of Colorado, and I think it's close to 70% screen out rate. And so I do want to let you know that there is a huge emphasis here in Pickens County and across the state to provide what we call prevention services. And so those that do get screened out will get referred to a different program. Aspen Family Connection, they currently run a few of these programs, and then we have another little prevention program that one of our case managers is operating right now. So when we do screen these out, we're still offering family services. We're seeing if they need access to counseling, if there's substance use, education, or services that might be helpful. A lot of times we want to connect them over to the EA so that they're addressing anything that might impact their kids' safety and health. And so the one thing that's interesting about this is you can see that we had a huge dip in 2020. Obviously with the pandemic and kids not being in daycares and schools, we had less mandated reporters seeing children. And so we're happy to see that we're getting back a little closer to these numbers so that we can go out and meet with families and try to help them with some of the needs that come up.
It's kind of interesting that the assessments didn't drop as dramatically that year.
I agree. Yeah, we looked at that, and it was one of those ones. I think that when we get a lot of the mandated reporters, especially from, if it's a school or a hospital, a lot of times those ones, they may not be as severe or as, I don't want to minimize it, but they may not rise to that level. When we get the ones from law enforcement and the ones that, are called to go intervene, I think that we had the higher percentage of the ones that would actually meet criteria.
Got it.
That's my best guess on that, but yeah, that is interesting.
I think the mandated reporters, it's just a different level of responsibility. And, so they tend to, I want to say overreact, but they tend to be more on the side of caution or, to make sure that they're not missing something.
We do go out and educate our partners to let them know if you make a report, the family's not in trouble. It doesn't mean we go and punish them. We really, if they don't meet this criteria, we can still be helpful. And then also they have a legal obligation.
Yeah.
And so when we, and I don't like to scare our mandated reporters about that, but if they feel like they have any suspicion or worry about a child's safety, that it's okay to make the call. They're confidential and anonymous if they want to be. And so we really want to protect that and make them feel safe with that.
Got it. Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Kelly?
Sorry, this is a little tangential, but I just had a conversation about it this morning about a bill 1142 that might change that confidentiality allowance or that anonymity allowance in people who make reports. And I just wanted to check in with you, Matt, to see if that's on your radar and if you have an opinion about it.
Kelly, that is not on my radar. But since you brought it up, I'm very interested in that because I'd like to understand what the details would be in that. Obviously, we protect reporting parties so that that they feel safe to make a report, that they wouldn't, have some kind of retaliation or something like that. I'd be curious to know what direction it's going in, and it's something I can look into and get back to you.
I can shoot you in an email just with the information that I have so far.
Yeah, is
Okay.
it just the mandated reporters or is it all reporters, Kelly?
It would be anyone who reports would not have the anonymity option.
Well, I'll just fully disclose, I had
It's confidential. It's not public, but
I
it's
had
not-
an anonymous family
no.
member who was borderline mental health, who reported me and my kids. And it was devastating to
Yeah.
me, devastating. And we knew it was her, but nobody, because that was her, that's just how she operated. And, but the impact to my children was incredible,
Yeah.
negative in a negative manner. And we couldn't get this person in our family, who's no longer in our family, to stop doing it. It was getting to the point of she didn't get the reaction she wanted. She kept filing the reports, and that in itself has an impact to the children.
Yeah,
My children are fine now. Trust me, they took that sister-in-law out, so we're good.
I appreciate you sharing that, and it is a challenge
It was
within
really hard.
our system. We do encourage that transparency because we really want to work with families in a transparent and open way. We do encourage our mandated reporters to, if they feel like they need to report, is to communicate that and sit with a family and let them know that they're there to be supportive and they're not shaming them or punishing them by being involved with our system.
Well, the positive is the end result. We learned some issues within the system itself that needed to be looked at.
Yeah, well, and there are
And
complications
there
with the
was a
system.
positive outcome that they learned from the situation that we were in and how to better handle it in the future. So you have to look for that bright side.
Yeah. No, again, I appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah.
I'll move on to this next chart here, which might look a little alarming, but I can explain this. So we have low child abuse neglect rates in Pickens County. This represents, so this past year, 4.1 out of every 1,000 children had an incident that was documented within our system. So you can see that we've been below 2 usually almost every year our numbers are below 2. This year it shot up to 4.1, which was over double. And there's a couple things that happened with that. I'll explain that. But again, in context, the state of Colorado, it's 8 out of every 1,000. So across the state, it's going to be twice what we have here in Pickens County. So this number, when I looked into this a little closer, we had our child population went down by 200 to 300 children. That does have an impact on that rate. And then we also had a handful of sibling groups that had an incident of abuse that within the family that was documented. And then there were institutional, which is where if we have a daycare or a facility that needs to be looked at. And that would include usually that's more than one child. And so this year we did have some of those factors that played into this. And so I will say that it did impact our numbers. Being a small county, sometimes small numbers like that will have an impact.
So that's what one particular incident could actually
Right,
skew
could
the
skew
numbers
the
like
numbers.
that.
To put it in perspective, from 2019 to 2021, we averaged probably about 4 or 5 confirmed cases, according to our laws. And then this year we had, I think, 10. So, and those are all, every time that, we are involved and we document something like this, we have caseworkers working with families to ensure that children get the appropriate services based on what's happened. Any questions about that one? I kind of went through some of the,
I have a quick question.
yeah, go ahead, Kelly.
I guess on a related note, do we have any certified foster families in Pickens County now?
Yes, we do have one. We do have one family foster home. I believe there's usually around 10 in the Garfield County area that they manage. And we're currently working with child placement agencies, CPAs, that are licensed across the state so that they can come out here and work with us and license more homes. It is one of those areas that's been a challenge for Pickens County to really focus in building a foster care program. We average, we average between 1 and 3 children that go into placement every year. And most of the time we're able to find family members or kinship placements. We feel that that's going to be a better place for children when they have a trusted adult that they know. And so those are really where we put our efforts into. And we do understand that we need to have a pool of homes here in case that need does arise. So if we're not placing children in foster care, how do we license these homes and keep them engaged to want to continue working with us? And so that's one of the challenges, and one of the ideas is to try to regionalize our foster care program. There needs to be further discussion with Garfield County on how we can do that. And so that's an effort and a priority for us right now. So this pie chart here, I did kind of go through some of the areas of abuse and neglect here. And this is just to kind of give you a flavor of what we're seeing here in Pickens County. It is common for neglect to be a pretty high percentage when it comes to the types of reports that we receive, because neglect can range from anything from educational to medical. There's lack of supervision. There's things like injurious environment, if there's violence in a home, or dangerous drug use. Excuse me. So anyway, I felt like maybe not the most informative thing, but just to kind of give you a picture of what we're working with here in Pickens County. I think it was important to point this out. I didn't have a nice graph for this one, but so excuse all the words up there. Just wanted to let you know we are diverting a lot of the youth and families to the prevention programs. I think we write 3 grants to the state that now are passed through to Aspen Family Connections. One of them is for what we call our collaborative management program. This is a program that is connected with over a dozen agencies in our county. That includes Youth Zone, the Buddy Program, Response, Great Expectations, some of it's regional, Mind Springs, the schools, law enforcement. And so we have a collaborative program where if a family has needs that any one of those agencies could be helpful in providing a service, we'll have a family meeting and try to come up with a good support plan. And so we call that prevention because we feel like if we're able to get out in front of an abuse or neglect incident, if we're able to get out in front of them entering the child welfare system, that they're more likely to engage and be successful with that. And so we're putting a lot of effort there. Catherine Sands done a great job over at the school and engaging families, helping them feel safe, to help them understand that their cases are confidential, and providing them with timely services. So I would say that's a huge program. 72 youth have been served just since July of this year, or last year. So that runs on a fiscal year. And then another program is called Colorado Community Response. When we screen them out of child welfare, they immediately go to this program. They have a case manager. It's all voluntary, and so they'll meet with families, and it's similar to the collaborative management program, but 21 households have been served through that program. And then lastly,
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah, please.
So when you arrive to help a family, are they usually receptive to recommendations for programs and help?
It's a mixed bag. There are times where sometimes families may feel like they're being judged, or they may feel like, they've heard bad things. There may be a stigma related to being involved. And then sometimes people really care and are worried about the situation for their children. We know that all parents love their children and care about them, but there's situations where sometimes parents feel that desperation of, we need help. If there might be a mental health issue within the family, they might recognize that some of their behaviors are having that negative impact on their children, and sometimes it's that rock bottom. So, yeah, it's kind of a mixed bag. I do think that it's a priority for us to really increase our family engagement skills. And part of that is helping them feel safe with working with a system like this. And a lot of people, that unknown is pretty scary. So we want to get the word out that voluntary, prevention is voluntary. We try to be helpful. It doesn't mean you have to work with us. But we think that, there's some value there for a lot of families.
Is there a sense that once you're in this system, there's a threat that you might lose your children?
I hope not. And I believe that that's not a message that is sent by our staff. There's a lot of compassion, there's a lot of curiosity when it comes to these cases, and that will help bypass judgment and really help families hopefully feel that security that there's no threat, that this isn't something that we really want to put families in the lead when it comes to decision making for their children, when safely possible.
Well, I asked because I saw a show last night where a woman was recommended to adult support systems, but they have had a advocate assigned to that person. So the physician who was recommending her was encouraging her to do it and that she really needed help. She knew her life wasn't working, but the advocate was explaining to her that you lose your rights when you enter this program. So it was a push and pull. It was really interesting to watch, and I just didn't know whether there was that sense that they might lose some of their rights when they.
It's a very real thing and a real threat, I would say, and we need to do a good job of messaging that, because I don't see it as a threat that way,
Right.
but I do see how some people could interpret it that way.
Yeah,
For sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Actually, in my case, I would have let them take my kid. No, I'm just kidding.
Jump in a little more clarity here. So is the voluntary versus the is there an involuntary nature? Is that where Child Protective Services cases?
Yeah, there's a couple
created?
different ways to look at that, Kelly. We have a criteria just to go out and assess a family. So if we had 250 reports and we go assess 80 of those, that means that we are actually doing an intervention by law, that we have certain expectations written in law to go gather information. And during that assessment period, we determine if there's a safety threat to the child. When we determine that, we work to mitigate that. When we can't, we can intervene with a child placement, or sometimes we ask the court to oversee our case in a dependency neglect case. And that way the court can kind of be in charge of ordering certain things to happen. And so there's different levels of intervention, and out-of-home placement is the most severe.
Thanks, I appreciate that. I'm wondering, how is the system set up to deal with summer break?
Yeah, well, we see that in May. We get an uptick in reports when children are leaving schools. A lot of times people are calling just to make sure that there could be something offered for some of those families. But during the summer months, you'll see our caseloads go down. And so during that time, we're still available. We're still working with Aspen Family Connections over the summer. And it's a time for us to do a lot of internal projects. So when the caseloads go down, it's time to work on how do we increase our foster homes? How do we, bolster our policy? So I don't know if I'm answering your question, but in the summer we see a lower caseload. We're still available to work with families. But if we're getting less reports, then we try to work on some of our internal process.
Is that because school's not in session?
Yes, it is. Because we see it too also during Christmas break. We'll see a lot of reports right before the break, and then we won't have any for a while.
Just the reporting mechanism is.
We are going to run out of time, so let's. You have quite a bit of your packet left.
Yeah, we'll
so
breeze through the rest of this here
let's
unless you
just
have questions.
agree to about 10 more minutes. Is that
Yep.
okay with you guys?
Yep.
Okay.
So we can move on here. This is our adult protection caseload. I mentioned how this is decreasing. Definitely a lot less reports. What is surprising to me is just that caseload has been cut in half. So our adult protection caseload is now at 14 last year, which is super low. And again, I really feel like Emily Langford, our adult protection caseworker,
She's great.
She has done a great job and really done a good job of completing successful case plans. So this is what we have. We'll see how this goes. We continue to hire a backup in case we need that, a backup caseworker for the caseload. Similar to the child protection, we have it just by type here. That self-neglect is a big one. It's really hard for people are worried about losing their rights a lot of times in adult protection. They think that someone might deem them incompetent or say that they can't live independently. And so we let our adults make their decisions on that, but we're really trying to put things in place. We haven't had to do a guardianship in court since I've supervised our adult protection. So we really allow, we want that self-determination to be a big factor when it comes to this. Obviously, if there's a safety concern, we're going to try to mitigate that with them. So, all right. So going into senior services, this is a program that I'm new to as far as some of my involvement with it. So I'll just give you the numbers, and if there's questions, I'll do my best here. But this is just the annual total meals served. As you can see, that this year there's definitely a huge decrease in that. And do you know why that is? Do you remember?
Yeah, I had that circled.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to get back to you on that. Honestly.
Yeah, Chad was able to tell us why. I'm just not remembering right now why that was. I think it was an increase in home delivered meals.
That's what.
Also, just the amount of meals during COVID were high because of the amount of, they were also delivering a lot of meals at that point too.
I think we've outsourced the delivery of food. Okay, so we've outsourced that delivery thing. So you'll see that what we're doing is less because our partners are helping out with some of that work.
I didn't know we outsourced the home delivery because I keep getting calls for people who need delivery people.
Okay. Well, I'll have to get back to you on what.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't answer that one right now. Congregate meals, again, you can just see here, these are the meals served by year.
These are at the senior center.
Yeah. So this is, yeah.
Still a hot spot to go.
Yeah, we can just kind of breeze through these. If there's questions, let me know.
Do you know what people like to do now? They go to the senior services meals, and then they go to the mercantile at the landfill, because that's the hot spot.
Nice.
That's the ladies' day out. And they love it.
Does RAFTA stop there?
At the landfill?
Yeah, how did they get there?
I don't know. There's usually a designated driver. She's a wee bit younger than
Ride
the
on a
rest of them.
trash truck.
Yeah.
So we have kind of spoken to this already, just a bit about the end of the SNAP maximum allotment. It's ending at the end of this month, so March 1st, everyone will see that decrease. Folks have been noticed, and as you can see, we're probably going to see about a $35,000, $40,000 a month decrease, mostly impacting our older adults because the income is counted differently when it's considered, and I don't like this term, unearned, meaning it is Social Security, things like that. There's no disregard. So they see less of a fluctuation in what income is counted towards the program. Just want you all to be aware of what's going to be happening here. You'll probably hear from folks, and we just really want to direct people to the resources that we do have. Hopefully we'll be opening a pantry with lift up at the Human Services building in the next month or so, which hopefully we can drive more folks there, increase access to more food resources. Yeah, this just really goes to speak. So we were talking about numbers for the SNAP program. There's the enrollment numbers that we typically see. So like I said, those numbers are likely going to stay about the same. We'll just see that reduced issuance amount. And one thing I wanted to bring up with the end of the public health emergency and the Medicaid, those caseloads have been steadily decreasing. We're going to see that corresponding drop once folks are no longer locked in. I also just wanted to mention the interesting thing going on with the Child Health Plan Plus, the CHP Plus program, which provides Medicaid coverage for children whose families have gone over the Medicaid income limits. That has been decreasing year by year. We don't know why that is. It's an interesting, we don't know if there's less children eligible for that program or what's going on there, but it was just when we pulled the numbers, it was something interesting to see. So we're going to see a decrease in folks who are on Medicaid in 2023. And we just really want to try to connect them with some sort of insurance if that's what they're looking for.
Wasn't there something that happened at the federal level with CHIP?
No major
like there's
changes
some-
that I'm aware of, except that I believe they don't have to pay the enrollment fee anymore. So now,
so maybe-
previously they had to pay a $25 enrollment fee. I think that got waived.
I think there was threats to the program, and maybe those threats never
I know
came
at
to-
one point they were talking about whether it would be renewed or not.
Yeah, maybe that's what
And
I'm
it was
thinking.
the last time it went through, thankfully. And finally, we've got the childcare issuance increases that we had talked about a little bit, and this upcoming rule change. So back in 2018, because we were overspending our allocation, one of the options we had was to require folks who had a non-custodial parent outside the house to apply for child support services to be eligible for child care assistance. The state is removing that requirement, and so we may see a corresponding increase. I just wanted to get it on your radar that we might get back to the point where we're having to go out and look for dollars from other counties to make sure that our allocation isn't overspent, which is something we're familiar with. Hasn't been the case for a few years, but if we get there, you know, we'll sort it out, and more kids on child care assistance is great. So, and yeah, we'll get out of here kind of on time. Yeah,
Well, thank you guys so much. Really
You guys
appreciate
did
the work
great.
you do.
You did great.
we've
Thank
been
you.
doing
Gotta
enough
get
of
your
them.
car ready. Get your car ready.
Thank you for your time. We
Thanks for
appreciate
coming in.
Thanks for everything you guys do.
Last quick question of Sam regarding Lift Up, and they've got a plan to do a facility in Glenwood, I think.
That's part of this food feasibility study that we're
Right.
doing with Lift Up and the Aspen Community Foundation. Yeah.
Now, it sounds as if that's not a group effort to build that. They want to buy a building or build a building or something. I'm just wondering, are they collaborating with the rest of the food nutrition groups in the valley, or is?
Yeah. Yeah, the reason it came up was because, you know, there was the city market building that people had been looking at as a possible option. And we had been talking more about looking at what Emma could possibly be. So we just grouped together with them and with the Aspen Community Foundation to do a food feasibility study for the whole region. What do we need? You know, what locations are acceptable from the direction that we got from the board. We're actually going to be meeting in March with around 70 different food producers, farmers, Lift Up type organizations to go over what that group has found. We're really happy with the work New Venture Advisors has done. They're very detail oriented. They've done a lot of projects
That's for the
like this.
entire collaborative group.
Right, exactly. So it is a regional approach to this, and we're just really looking for what the best fit could be to provide the services that we're identifying through all this work with the community.
Got it. And so is Lift Up's, I know they're going to do some capital campaign and all that to try to raise the money for a building, but is that the same, are we on the same track there? Is it?
Yeah, so I guess the thing is we've identified services that we would like to see in a food hub. Those may or may not be suitable for the Emma space.
Right.
And in which case, Lift Up is, you know, there might need to be two areas. There might, you know, there
Right.
might. We're just really looking at all the options we can right now, and I know Lift Up is very much dedicated to creating some sort of food hub closer than Rifle, just because of the logistics of
Right.
the transport is pretty impossible right now.
Sure.
As far as being effective, we need to really have food resource options available on a daily basis here, not on a weekly or monthly, you know, so we just want to bring everything closer so that accessibility is heightened.
Great. Okay. Yeah. Keep me in the loop on that. I'm interested in.
Yeah, it's a really fun project. We'll be
Great.
coming back to the BOCC, I think, after this meeting with our stakeholders to present what the findings were. NVA, New Venture Advisors, will be putting together essentially a summary. Here are the options, here are the costs, build outs, et cetera. So then we can have you all, as well as the Open Space and Trails Board, take a look at what those recommendations are.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you guys.
All right, thanks so
Take care.
much.
See you
Thanks for
guys.
coming.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I'll get in touch. Thank you.
Okay. And now we have the 2022 Waste Characterization Study Review and Pitkin County Zero Waste Planning. And Michael, you're going to be presenting this for us? Or Kathy is? Together, okay. Kathy, you're going to be here for a while this afternoon, it looks like.
Yeah, you got me for a couple hours.
And we'll get halfway through. We'll do the first one, and then we'll take a little break.
Yeah, we should be able to get you caught
Is Tom coming in, Dunlop?
For Smuggler, yeah.
Okay, 'cause I've got the latest book.
Oh,
There's a whole chapter on Smuggler in here and me.
that's great.
Give Tom a little reading in his semi-retirement.
Let's see. Where's this? Okay. Oh, PowerPoint. Sure, get this open here. So yeah, Michael, I'm Kathy Hall. I'm the Solid Waste Director.
And I'm Michael Port, C&D Diversion Analyst.
And we are here today to talk about a 2022 waste sort we did back in September. This was a follow-up to the 2015 waste sort that we did, and it's going to compare kind of what we improved on, what we kind of fell short on, and kind of next steps going forward. So it's two of my favorite things, trash and data. So hopefully this
What
will
a
be
combo. It's
pretty
kind of,
fun.
It's kind of intermingled there, trashy, data.
Are you sharing the presentation?
Am I sharing?
Not right now, not. It's all Steve right now.
Let's get this going. How do I share?
Steve, I got you a business card for the new Veterans Services Manager Officer, okay? I'll put it on your desk.
It's this one, right? That one, yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you. You'd think by now I'd know all this.
I don't.
It changes all the time, so.
All right, so yeah, so we're going to talk about what we did in September and compare that data to what we saw in 2015. Gosh, 7 years ago. So we'll start off with the positives, the good things. So our county, Pickens County, leads the state with a 48% waste diversion rate. So we divert through recycling, reuse, 48% of the waste that would have ended up in the landfill. That's number one in the state. Boulder County's 38%,
Congratulations.
so that's a source of pride for
Really,
us.
I remember
Well
your
done.
goal was to get them. You got them.
Yeah, I got Boulder. To compare that, Colorado's waste diversion rate is 16%. We far exceed Colorado's
That's
overall waste
sad.
diversion rate. Yeah, you would think Colorado were all earthy and hippie,
Yeah.
but no, we have a really pretty terrible recycling rate.
How does that compare to the rest of the country?
The U.S. has a 32.1% waste
good.
diversion
We're
rate.
3 times the state average and double or 50% more than the national average.
Exactly,
Well,
yeah.
our
So
state
we're doing
sucks.
great. The federal government has set a goal of 50% waste diversion by 2030. So I feel
We
we're
can do
gonna,
that.
we're almost there. And we're gonna get them. We're gonna meet the overall federal government goal. We get asked a lot of questions about what do we recycle? What is the most recycling? And I know those words are hard to read on the bottom, but this is what actually goes out to be recycled that we transfer out of the solid waste center. You can see OCC, that's cardboard. That is almost 40% of the recycle pile you see at the landfill, and that goes down to Denver and gets sorted at Waste Management's Franklin Street MRF. The next big one is glass. So we see a lot of glass. It's heavy. It's percentage by weight. So PET, that middle one there, that is your number one plastics. Those are your single-use drink bottles.
I thought it was pet waste.
Yeah, no, not
How
that
do you
waste.
know that?
Yeah, it's polyethylene something. And that is your single-use if you buy bottled water or a soda in a bottle.
Or
it's a
buy.
bottle. Yeah. And you can see these numbers go from 2020 to 2023, current numbers. So you see our single-use bottles are going down. Cardboard's going up, and I think it has a lot to do with COVID. We just order a lot of stuff online.
Yeah.
Another important number is residue, that one on the very right side end. That is contamination in the recycle. We are down to about 15% contamination rate in the recycling. That is excellent. We're way down from 2020 and 2021. Single stream recycling is what we do. It's all the recycling in one pile. it's typically across the country about a 30% contamination rate. So we do a really good job of sending out clean recyclables.
What contaminates, things that don't qualify, or
Thanks, I
too
was
much
gonna ask
food
that.
residue, or?
Styrofoam ends up there a lot, plastic bags they can't recycle, food residue, that's all considered contamination.
Do you know how hard it is to clean out a peanut butter jar before you recycle it?
You know what? I throw my peanut butter jars away because it's just not. I know.
The waste of water.
I've
water use.
been scrubbing nice peanut butter jars.
Good.
John,
Yay.
did you scrub your
A
peanut
rubber
butter jars?
spatula will do it. Come on.
And I heard that pizza boxes are a problem because they carry so much grease.
But you can
Yeah,
compost
pizza
them.
boxes are compostable. So
Better to put
that's-
them in the compost. Okay.
Yeah, tear them up and put them in your compost bin. Bring them
Make
to the
peanut
landfill.
sauce in your peanut butter jar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. See there, I'm gonna go home and try harder.
I let
Yeah, the rubber
let my dog
spatula.
lick as much as she can.
Yeah.
So, but I do have a question, and I think
Yeah.
a lot of people do,
hmm
about how clean does your recycling really have to be? Like yogurt containers for stuff. Do they need to be washed or just mostly clean?
Rinsed out, mostly clean. It didn't used to be that way. China, where a lot of our plastics and paper went, China cracked down in 2018 and stopped taking a lot of recyclables from the United States.
was
And
so
food
contaminated.
contamination was the big one. So,
Okay, well, it's good to know.
But unfortunately, there's no like rule, hard
Yeah.
and fast rule.
Yeah.
It's sort of. Yeah.
give it a quick rinse. Yeah.
So we could do better, and that would require what, education?
That's where we're gonna, I think.
Yeah, so we got a plan.
It's my big point.
Of course you do.
We got a plan. So again, I'm going to talk about the MSW, the municipal solid waste side. Michael's going to talk about construction and demolition. And
Okay.
in it, municipal solid waste, that's our everyday trash and our everyday garbage that we throw away. Again, this was a follow-up to the 2015 study. We sorted it into 32 categories of MSW, 16 categories of construction and demolition debris. And then we're going to go over what changed in these 7 years. So we collected through the MSW, 25 residential loads, 7 commercial loads. And again, it's important to realize this is just a snippet. It's a 200-pound sample that we collected over the course of a week, 5 days' time. But it's the industry standard on telling what's in your trash. It's hand sorted. Patty, you were there the last one.
It
They
was
set up
so much
tables.
fun.
Yeah.
No,
And then
the-
they sort into categories and they weigh it.
The winning prize was a brand new pair of Ray-Ban sunglasses.
Yeah.
Somebody found in the trash, in the case. I was going
Wow.
through that stuff like the fine tooth comb from then on.
It's amazing what ends up there. So we got samples also from Aspen, Basalt, Carbondale, and Snowmass, and those I attached the report to the memo. So you can see the full breakdown and see where we compared. But I'm going to present mostly today on the conglomerated results of everything that came in. So here's our comparison. In the orange is the 2015 results, and then the gray is 2022. We did pretty well. Glass stayed about the same, a little drop in metal, a pretty good drop in plastics and paper. What's disappointing to me is organics. Compostable organics jumped up to almost 50% of the trash. This is everything
They
being
should have
buried in the
been
trash.
composted, but they were in the trash.
They were in the trash. Yeah, that's, I can't explain it. You know, we have a lot more tourists in town. Tourists impact our waste.
Yeah, but we've really upped our composting.
I know, we have the second largest compost facility in the state of Colorado. So this is, the disturbing number was food waste, and that's part of that organics number. Food waste in 2015 was about 17% of the trash. 2022, it was about 22% of the trash.
That's really wacky.
Yeah, it's
So that's grocery stores and
restaurants, households, yeah, it's everything. So, but we got a plan. We got a plan. So that'll be a big focus item going forward on how we get rid of that stuff or how we deal with it better. just getting. Good news is, City of Aspen just passed an organics ordinance, or they've had their first reading, so it's on its way. That's going to help considerably, getting it out of the restaurants,
Yeah.
and mandating it into a compost bin. So
You know, the biggest problem as to why they didn't do that 2 years ago, I think they were talking about it, was because of labor. They barely had enough people to bust tables, let alone people to take care of composting.
yeah,
It was really hitting them.
and that's understandable.
Bears.
Bears, yeah. So they have a good plan to get the metal bear-resistant bins and in the alleys, and I think start with restaurants and then moving on to residential. So just extrapolating that percentages out, this
I'm
is
sorry.
just in.
Can we go back again?
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about Fat Belly all the time when I'm thinking about this compostable stuff. So are you gonna have the restaurants, or I don't know whether it's Aspen who mandates it or you guys or whatever, are they gonna have all their paper compostable stuff with their food items, or are they gonna be separated?
I imagine the paper napkins, soiled.
So it'll be by Evergreen's
Yeah.
standards.
It can all go into
All
one
goes into
bin
one.
Yeah,
with the
yeah,
food
that's
you
the
know
way
what-
we do it, but
you know-
that's the way Evergreen does it. I just didn't
Yeah.
know whether,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think Evergreen will probably have a big role in
Yeah,
this.
okay.
What
rollout.
changed in our little dumpster at Smuggler was the company brought us in a new bin and it said food waste only. And that deterred a lot of that
Yeah.
compostable, even from your cut flowers that you could put in there
Yeah.
to your, yeah.
Oh,
And
I didn't do
I
that.
was like, that is not true. So,
I wonder if they worry if you get a bulk of leaves, it would just fill up the bin.
no, I think the bin came with it on it and they didn't think
They just
anything
never
about it, they
changed
just
it.
left it on there, and I'm like, that's not true.
Well, Evergreen has some pretty good signage, and
Yeah, I don't know who does.
Is it mountain waste?
You know who does
Sorry,
something?
what's the last icon on the bottom? Is that a
That is yard waste.
yard waste? I was thinking, okay, there's a pile of something
Pile of
golden with
leaves, I was-
orange things in it. Okay.
It looks
Thank
like
you.
a piece of pizza.
I was thinking, is that pizza or is that
Oh, yeah.
rice with?
Deconstructed.
Yeah, it's a pile of leaves. So yeah, here's a breakdown of the extrapolated. We took the percentages and then based on the amount of trash we accepted. So 5,500, 600 tons was food waste. That's what's buried in the
That's
pick and can them,
amazing.
and that was just last year. Glass is the second one, 1,400. Cardboard, again,
Glass?
1,500.
oh, recyclable. and-
Yeah.
Or it's just
I see.
lazy.
They're both there, okay.
371 tons of single-use plastic bottles. 2,100 tons of compostable paper, and then 1,300 tons of yard waste.
So, most of that is compostable. It's really only the glass and the plastic that are only recyclable, right?
Cardboard.
Cardboard.
Oh, I thought those were like little food container things. That's cardboard.
Yeah, that's just
Okay.
pure cardboard.
But do you know how hard it is for me to climb in and out of a dumpster to tear down cardboard boxes? Because it takes up half of the space, 3/4 of the space in our dumpster.
Yeah, always break your cardboard down in your
People just
recycling.
don't
Makes
do
me, that really bothers me at my dumpster. I'm
Yeah, rip it
always so angry about that.
I'm
You're-
hanging over the edge, yeah.
If
We
you fall
have,
in, then it's a
yeah,
problem.
Fat Belly has a whole separate dumpster for cardboard boxes.
Yeah, some of it collects separate.
And if it's not broken down, it fills up
Oh, yeah.
so fast.
Yeah, and it doesn't smush down very well.
We even have a thing to do it, right, people?
That is a lot of plastic, single-use plastic bottles for Picken County.
371 tons?
I mean, they're so light. That's really disturbing.
In reality, about 80% of everything going into the trash could be diverted or recycled or composted through our programs.
Are there
So-
any communities that are banning, like, bottled water?
Yeah, and Colorado just recently passed some state laws that is going to make it easier for communities to ban plastic. There was a law on the books that prohibited, like, City of Aspen from banning plastic water bottles. American Plastics Council is a very powerful lobby group.
We don't have them at Fat Belly, and we didn't, but then during
Yeah.
COVID, we had to get them back again because we had, you know,
Yeah.
water jug
To do the-
cups and stuff. And when we stopped having them again after COVID, people were pissed. They get pissed. They're like, really? I
You
can't
want
get a bottle of
water?
water here.
Oh, I
When you
know.
see the shopping carts come out of City Market up
Oh,
here.
I know. It's
Bottled
unbelievable.
water. We
That's
have-
nothing but cases, and they go to the Little Nell Hotel with them. And Little Nell, I think, has water bottles that they give. And people, it's like, just drink the water.
I mean,
Question about like food packaging, plastic, like the plastic food packaging
Those
or the.
wrapping that goes around it, you mean?
Or the little boxes that, you get
Yeah.
a meal at the airport.
Oh,
I'm not
those
sure if our
things.
airport's still doing it, but sometimes you buy the meal, the meal lasts 3 minutes and the plastic lasts 100 years.
Yeah, those clamshell containers,
yeah.
those are pretty awful plastics. Those are plastics 3 through 7. And the reality of those plastics are, they're hard to recycle.
They should be banned. Because they have replacements for those now that are
You
compostable.
can
Yeah,
do
should
that
be
paperboard
compostable,
stuff.
right.
So yeah, that a lot of times we get the report from Waste Management. They can only hang on to it, so they separate it, they bale it up. But if they don't have a market to buy it, it gets trashed.
They separate it?
They do.
Well,
Wow.
And they can only
collect
sit
it.
on it for so long, and then they're like,
And
Where
then
do
it
they,
goes-
they don't bring it back, doesn't put it in our landfill.
no,
though.
it goes to Denver. So,
Oh, whoops, it's going
Yeah.
to the Denver landfill.
yeah,
So
so,
you're saying there's no second life for that quality of plastic?
no, it's pretty poor quality. It's that lightweighted plastic.
It's almost styrofoam.
What's the recycle number?
That is a resin identification code. So that is not necessarily means it's recyclable. Styrofoam, a lot is stamped with recyclable. Very few places will take styrofoam for recycling. That's all it is a resin identification code that tells what kind of plastic it is. Because plastics, got all sorts of melting points and all that. And it's an interesting story. So the chasing arrow symbols was developed by a professor at Berkeley back in the 60s. And he didn't copyright it.
Oh,
Intentional.
bummer.
The American Plastics Council, again, came in and took it and used it as a resin identification code. So it's a misnomer that it's actually, a lot of stuff's recyclable.
And it is okay to recycle number 7?
Yeah, I mean, they'll
In the
try.
single stream?
Yeah, they'll try. So my theory is throw it in there, make sure it's clean, and then Waste Management, who is our contractor, will try and get it to a market. The reality of it is right now it doesn't have a lot of markets.
So they have a facility that sorts it, or you sort it? The
They
single
sort
stream?
it.
They sort it. It gets hauled on a transfer truck, a semi truck, all the way down to Denver. Right now we have about 1 truck a day. We're just so overloaded with recycling, which is good. But if you've been to the landfill recently, there's big giant piles.
So you give them the single stream unsorted, I see.
And they have a big
They have
Willy
a big
Wonka
MRF.
factory that
They're bigger,
sorts
bigger.
it. If you ever get a chance to tour it. It's
So
fascinating.
now, when you talk about the clamshells, so Mr. Peacock, when he gets his salad in the clear ones, are those clear ones not recyclable?
No, that's like a
Like
number.
this,
Yeah.
Like that.
trash? Oh,
You can try.
I put it in, I have to tell you.
Put it in, try it.
I
Can we,
clean
can
it.
we build use a bulldozer at the landfill that just burns those things, uses them, like a steam tractor, that burns plastic? That'd be.
That might be an air
environmentally safe.
quality issue, but
Air
yeah, we could
quality
try.
would be- Oh, we'll put housing next to it, their
There
quality
you
is
go,
fine.
exactly.
I'm picking on him, I can pick on Greg, we have a good pick-on relationship.
So yeah, so that's kind of the story of recycling.
Looks like Steve has a.
Oh, does
hand
Steve
up.
have a question?
Steve's waving at us.
Well, more a comment, at one point, I think about 10% of what Pickens County was sending down to Boulder County was actually contamination, and all that, the stuff that they can't use or, sell ends up in the Boulder County landfill. And is it still about 10% of what we send down there actually they cannot use?
It's about 15% now, yeah.
Is there any way that we could lower the level of contamination?
Yeah, we have a number of, if you've seen our ads, some of our ads on TV and in the paper focus on recycling right, making sure it's clean, compostables, not putting stuff in there that's, the styrofoam or like a plastic bucket, 5-gallon bucket. So that is making a big impact because you saw over the last couple of years our contamination rate has dropped. So I think those programs and that advertising and outreach is reaching people.
On the other hand, if we're shipping it to Boulder, that means their recycling rate goes down while ours goes up.
We ship it to
It
Denver.
actually goes to
strategy.
it actually goes to Denver.
Goes to Denver. So, but
That's why we're number
Yeah,
one and they're
that's
number
sneaky
two.
of us, isn't it?
That's very crafty of you, Kathy.
No, we're not doing it. It's going
I'm
to
impressed
Denver.
and appalled.
It's not going to Boulder. But that is a good idea. So I included this table, and again, it's in the full report that was attached to the memo. And this is just a breakdown of between Aspen, basalt, Carbondale, snowmass. And you can just kind of see the differences in the different categories. Pretty equal across the board. And then we're going to disseminate. We've already given this to Aspen, and we're going to get this to basalt, Carbondale, and snowmass. So their communities have the data.
Nomass does pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they
Yeah.
have dumpsters. I mean, they have all their trash goes, which makes it, I think, easier.
Yeah, they have the drop centers. And this is just another interesting fact. So when you take the amount of trash that gets buried into the Pitkin County landfill, which was around 32,000 tons last year, and then divided by our 17,348 full-time residents, we generate about 8.1 pounds of trash daily per person.
That's a lot.
That's not, we're not trashy people.
But that seems like a lot.
Speak for
That is
yourself.
the impact. The national average is 4.4 pounds per person a day. That's the impact of tourism. And every tourist community sees that. So we take that burden of tourists coming in their trash.
It's those shopping carts full of those plastic.
The plastic bottles.
And C&D doesn't have anything to do with this.
No, this is just your average everyday trash.
We haven't got to the good stuff yet.
Yeah, now I'm going to turn it over to Michael.
Yeah, so to talk about construction and demolition, it's a little bit different of a process for how the waste sort is conducted. So because construction material is, of course, very heavy, it's most common to do visual observations. So our consultants looked at 105 different loads of construction debris that came in, and they do a visual characterization. So they looked at roll-off dumpsters, trailers, pickup truck beds, any generator that seems like it's coming from a construction site or a home renovation, and then they estimate the percentage of each material contained in that load, and then they look at the aggregate of those 105 samples.
How long did it take to collect those samples?
They were doing that concurrently with the waste sort for MSW, so 5 days.
Okay.
So the 2022 results, it was a little difficult to compare against our 2016 study that we did just due to slightly different methodology. So I'm just showing you what was found in the 2022 results in those pie charts. But some interesting, or the big categories that they found on that right-hand pie chart, which is the percent by weight, they found 20% of drywall, 23.5% concrete, brick, and rock, which is recyclable, 20.4% of clean lumber, which is also recyclable, and then the other big category was painted and treated wood. Back in the 2016 study, we found that about 35% of the construction materials that were being put in the landfill, based on that study, could have been diverted, or 35% could have been diverted. And then in the 2022 study, they had found that 45.4% could have been diverted. Again, this is just a snapshot sample. So ideally, moving forward, we'll do this more regularly to see more of a trend. But these two snapshots found that there was more recyclable material ending up in the trash from construction. But as you know, based on the few other times I've been in front of you in the last 6 months or so, all of our other indicators are showing that we've actually improved our C&D diversion. So again, looking at green halo, that green image in our unincorporated county program, we have a 85% recycling rate. And then the table on the right-hand side shows a steadily increasing C&D diversion rate as well. So I think we had the waste sort, which showed kind of a, not improving, but all of our other indicators show that we are improving. So just wanted to give that with a grain of salt with the waste sort.
On the previous slide, just the waste sort, I'm still trying to figure that out. That seems pretty significant, and has the criteria changed between 2016 and 2022?
No, so we have all the same recoverable materials as last time.
Okay. Wow.
So can you imagine how that's going to improve with the city of Aspen now with their, and what about snowmass? Are we bringing that up to speed to get them?
Yeah, so
And this last year, with the last couple of years with the city would have been enormous.
yeah, we've done a handful of presentations and meetings with Snowmass and Aspen, and definitely still keeping the conversation with them going.
We can help with that if you would
Right.
like.
Yeah, so that's definitely still a long-term goal to kind of have just harmonized rules between all of our communities.
Makes great sense.
What happens to the painted and treated wood? Just gets buried?
Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
just trash because it's a lot of the, paint. We can't really recycle it. We process the wood into mulch, so we can't really put like painted lumber in there. And then all of the, OSB engineered wood products have adhesives and
Glues,
stuff.
Yeah.
So that just has to go in the trash.
Do you guys still mix? Because I want you to mix the same color I painted my front fence. It was one of those things where you just like poured it all in and mix it up. And it was the prettiest color.
Our Pitco paint project.
Yeah.
Yeah, we suspended that. We didn't have enough manpower.
God, that was so. Did you hear about Fancy? Did you? You could go out there and they would just take paint and mix it, and it kind of was this random color. Mine's like this really nice minty green.
It survives the cold weather?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
It works
Yeah, I
pretty
don't know,
well.
but they put it in like a container,
Right.
like a
It's all
shipping
mixed.
container, and all these paints, and then they'd mix it up.
Mix
and,
it and then
I
put
always
it
thought
in.
that my
paint
paint,
cans.
if I left it out in the shed and it froze, was
No, paint will
wrecked.
free.
If it hadn't frozen, when paint comes in frozen. So if we got good latex, they would separate it and work
Yeah.
it. We participate in Paint Care now, which is when you buy a new gallon of paint in Colorado, it goes, a certain percentage of money goes to fund that program. So we ship it down there and they remix it into paint.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I could go in there for like $3 or $5 or $1
Yeah.
or something. You could
Conundrum
We need to
cream,
bring our paint to you
Air Paul
separately.
Brown. Yeah. What's that?
So we need to bring our unused paint to you separately.
Oh, yeah, and that can come through a household hazardous waste facility and we'll get it to a proper recycling.
Wow, cool.
Yeah.
A question about just the lumber that's, painted or with glue in it. That just gets dumped as is. It doesn't get crushed or shipped or anything like that.
No, the compactor will hit it and
Right.
smush it in. Yeah.
I understand that they're building printed homes out of materials like that. There's a company in Vermont or someplace in the forest country using wood chips and doing a 3D printed, houses out of this stuff.
Yeah, probably.
And I thought, well, who knows? Depends on what the volume
Wonder how
is.
well they last.
Well, it's basically creates a
Hard to imagine, isn't it?
laminated particle board, structure, and then they cover it and do everything else to it. But local materials is the way to go. We're trying to-
Absolutely, yeah.
I have actually pictures when we redid my skirting of the stuff we took that we couldn't because it had so many nails and stuff in it, with the compactor going over it.
Yeah.
It was so cool.
Just get your frustrations out.
Yeah, to show those grandkids.
Yeah.
All right, the future.
Yes, so the future. We propose, after this most recent waste sort, that we want to develop a waste reduction plan for the county, or a zero waste plan is a really common term for this, but at least a waste reduction plan, recognizing, we have 8 pounds of trash generated per capita. We want to formalize and come up with a public plan and sort of set some goals to, align with the federal government or state of Colorado and just really set out some public goals for reducing our waste and all the many different strategies that we could pursue to achieve that. One of the things that we have planned already is an education and outreach campaign, again, focusing on sort of the recreation tourism sector and also on the younger generation to, like with schools, to make sure that they are knowledgeable and can educate their families as well about proper waste management practices. And the big focus area, at least in the beginning here, is targeting food waste and other compostable materials, because we do have a well-established composting operation, and the community Aspen is moving that direction as well, so partnering with them to improve that area. So we are just seeking your support or guidance on moving forward with that.
Yeah, Patty?
Yeah, I think education is, and re-education, because I know that people in my neighborhood have forgotten. Or we have new people that moved in, and we have such a great opportunity in our little dumpsters that we have there. Accra, with their tourist marketing, they do the Aspen Pledge, so let's bring that in. So get a hold of Debbie Braun, maybe do a presentation at one of our Accra meetings, and see how we can get it out there, because when we send out information to people, they have an amazing site, and the hits to the Accra site are through the roof, and that would be a great opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great opportunity for that. But, you know, I'll check the signage out on my compost bin, but when I saw that, I mean, it's just a matter of reminding people. People get tired of hearing me, but, you know, it doesn't stop me from keeping to remind them. It makes such a difference for our homeowners association. You save money.
Huge amount.
You know, when you do it right, and people just aren't just leaving stuff outside because there's not room in the bins, because people haven't broken down their cardboard. And it saves everybody in the HOA money, and people need to know that. I've even looked at enforcement, because the boxes have names on them usually from shipping. And I have been known to take them back and leave them on their porches.
I'm always shocked at the rafter meetings, that there's just one trash
Composting?
can
One trash
in
can,
that
right.
room,
Yeah,
and we
and
have all
that's
this
in
stuff from
Basalt City Hall.
the breakfast and everything. I'm
Carbondale
like,
City Hall.
really, in Carbondale? Like,
Right?
Yeah, and so that, you know, that's what we did in this building, that we don't allow anything to come in for meals that is not compostable, except when you buy it yourself.
at the gas station.
It's hard to
Gas
avoid.
stations
It's hard
is
to
another
avoid.
problem. You know,
Yeah.
I found one, I think it might have been an old Snowmass, where you actually could take your bottle for your windshield washer stuff
Mhm.
and actually put it in recycling, but most gas stations,
Everything's in the bin.
just trash.
Yeah.
You
I
might
think education's the
check the
key,
one across the street.
and getting the young people involved, I mean, that's,
Schools, yeah.
I mean, that's
They
where.
are involved,
And-
probably
and-
way more than their parents.
And I'll add that we recently submitted a grant for from the EPA. They have an education and outreach for recycling grant that we just submitted last week. So that will bring in quite a bit more funding for that program.
If we
which
win it, yeah.
If we win it, which we're
I'm
already.
not talking, I'm talking the upper age kids, the young 20-ish, that age group. Now, I mean, they need to be reminded.
Well,
You know, they did it when they were young, and they're gonna do it with the old, they need to do it in the middle.
We're in a community where often architects and designers and even the homeowners, at the advice of the architects and designers, get the most expensive possible materials from the farthest geographical location on the planet delivered here to build their monster house or their remodel or whatever. And I'm just wondering if we could challenge the community of the building and architecture community to build a home out of materials all sourced at the landfill, whether it's the earth or the stuff that's coming in. You know, I just sent you the 3D printed home made from biomaterials. But it's why aren't we at the bleeding edge of figuring out how to do this? Because
Yvonne Chenard's house
they have the resources
in
here.
California is built
Yeah.
entirely out of recycled material.
Well, back in the
Years ago.
back in the day,
Years ago.
there was a character in Aspen named Dean Billings who built an entire complex out of rammed earth using local soil, and it lasted for probably 30 or 40
I said, it
years.
lasted about 30 or 40 days, and
Last 30, 40 years, and it was the coolest little warren of apartments.
Randy Udall's house is was ran
Right,
turf.
so,
Yeah.
so it's, we know it's
It can
possible.
be done. It can be done. And there's a climate action job posting out there for the county. So I'm hoping that whoever comes in can work with ComDev
I should apply for that.
and pull all that together.
Probably wouldn't hire me.
So
we're
yeah,
gonna
we're
take a
hoping
little
that.
break
Conflict
now.
of interest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but thanks. Is there
So hopefully
anything
we got up to speed.
We're gonna
and-
take a short break and then you're back on again.
Back-
Michael, are you
back
staying?
you.
So wait,
I'm
wait,
heading
wait,
out.
wait,
You're done?
wait.
Michael,
Okay,
thank
thank
you.
you.
Before
you.
we go, I'll just let you know,
Oh,
I
Steve
hate
has a
to do
question,
this, but
Francie.
I've had two different opinions from the county attorney's office as to my need to
there's
recuse from
three
this
attorneys.
discussion. I know the other one bailed, he's
third
like, I'm not gonna give you, because I have a direct financial impact from the soil removal. I did ask for some more information to come forward for the boards, and I think Francie got an email today, so I'm sorry. I have to step out because I still have soil on my property that has not been removed.
Are you making
ahead,
money on
Steve.
this?
I would if you guys go with what I'm not gonna advise you to do, but I can't advise you to do that because I'm not supposed to.
All right, I'll send you a text, Patty. Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you. So for a whole bunch of years, maybe 10 years or more, I've participated in the green team at the Carbondale Mountain Fair. And I think I only missed the one summer when I was in Alaska right then.
Look at his beard.
And the Carbondale Mountain Fair is able to compost about 95% of the stuff that comes in. They do that largely by requiring the vendors to provide compostable materials. But then the only way it really happens is because of all the army of volunteers who sort
It's
through the
manpower.
trash
Yeah.
and take the stuff out of the landfill stuff and put it in the compostable stuff and get the contaminants out of the compostable and put it in either the recyclable or the landfill options.
Yeah.
But it's highly effective in getting a really high rate of compostables separated. And that gives me an idea that maybe what we need to do is sort of what you did on sorting the trash at the landfill in September. Sorting out what different categories stuff goes into. And that would be to take maybe just one trash can of ordinary household stuff and do a live demonstration in downtown Aspen or someplace highly visible and video record it of someone like a green team volunteer from the mountain fair with gloves, neoprene gloves on, sorting out the stuff and getting all the stuff that's compostable into a compostable container, sorting it all out just like the volunteers do at the mountain fair. And use this as a publicity thing to show people how they can do their household trash before they send it, put it out on the curb for the trash hauler to come and get it, what they can do to increase the level of stuff going into the compostable where it needs to be going. And this would just be for a publicity and an educational kind of a thing. So it's just a suggestion on one tactic that you could use, Kathy, for just increasing the percentage of compostables diverted away from the landfill.
Right. No, that's a great idea. And a lot of school groups that come through for tours, they'll do that ahead of time, and it's just a visual. People can see it. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Steve. All right, thanks a lot, Michael. We'll be back at 2:52. Thank you. Welcome back to the work session for the BOCC on Tuesday, February 21st. We still have Kathy Hall with us to talk about the Smuggler Superfund Soils Management, and we have other people too who will introduce themselves.
Okay. Again, I'm Kathy Hall, Solid Waste Director at Pitkin County Landfill.
Kurt Dahl, I'm the Environmental Health Manager for Pitkin County.
And I'm Tom Dunlop, the Smuggler Mountain Superfund Site Manager for Pitkin County.
So we're here today to discuss the Smuggler Superfund soils that come out of that area. And what is driving this conversation is the landfill updated their permit, the Engineering Design Operations Plan, in 2022 last year. Previously, it was last updated in 2012. In the 2012 permit for the landfill, there was a paragraph that said, Smuggler Superfund soils coming from the Smuggler site could be used as cover dirt at the landfill. And cover dirt is what we use to cover the trash every night. This 2022 permit removed that, and we'll go into discussions. We did get an exemption from the state of Colorado, but it can now only be used as trash. It has to be buried in the trash, can no longer be used as cover dirt. So that's why we're here to discuss the management of those soils and the price we need to charge for it, get direction on the pricing for those soils that now have to go into the trash. But first, turn it over to Tom and Kurt to go over the background of Smuggler.
Great, thanks, Kathy.
So I have two sick kids home now, not just one. So I have my mask on just as a precaution, but if you need me to speak up, please let me know. I know it might be hard to hear me.
Sounds good so far.
Thank you.
All right. Public health, right? So in the past few years, when we've been discussing Smuggler, one of the pieces that has come up is some surprise as to how much time we spend actually managing the site, even though it's been delisted. And it came up recently again during budget this year. So when Kathy and I were talking about bringing this issue with the soils itself to the board, Tom and I thought it would be a good opportunity to talk a little bit about Smuggler. We haven't talked about the site to the BOCC since the last soils update, actually, and even previous to that. I don't know that it probably predates my term 10 years ago. So we thought it would be a good opportunity to talk a little bit about that. We're not going to spend all our time on the history. What we really wanted to talk about was just the pieces of the program itself and the pieces that we do, just so that we can outline that, knowing that the sad day that Tom decides that he is going to retire as a site manager, all of that work gets pulled into my department and will be absorbed by the two of us. So I thought it was a great opportunity to talk a little bit about that, just as we talk about budget in the future. So I think with that, Tom, I'll turn it over to you to talk through a little bit of the...
Great. Thanks very much. And I want to give a personal thanks to the board for having a telecoil hearing aid enhancement feature in this room. I can hear each one of you like you're right in my left ear.
Oh, great.
And if I didn't have that and I was sitting there, I couldn't hear a word you're saying. So I appreciate that. When the room was built, we worked on getting that telecoil in for people like me. So anyway, my name is Tom Dunlop, and I formerly was the Environmental Health Director for Pitkin County in the city of Aspen, and have been involved in the Superfund program at Smuggler since its inception in 1982, and have held a role with that program since that time. I formally retired in 2001, but have been the Superfund site manager since then. So there's about a 4-page history of the site included in your packet, so I'm not going to go into any of that detail. To address what Kurt mentioned about how much time we spent on this program, when Pitkin County signed the consent decree in 1999, or earlier than that, 1986, when we signed the 89 when we signed the consent decree with the Environmental Protection Agency and the Department of Justice, that obligated Pitkin County in perpetuity to be responsible for management of the Superfund site. The requirements that Pitkin County assumed at that time were agreed to in order to dismantle a lawsuit, a multi-million-dollar lawsuit that the federal government had against the county because we were declared a responsible party because we had owned in the past property within the site boundary. We do have a map available too. I think Kathy had it. We can toss up there if you haven't seen one before. It's obviously the area around the base of Smuggler Mountain, and it is everything inside the magenta line that's very non-linear. It's very circuitous, and it's listed as OU1, which is Operable Unit 1, and OU2, which is Operable Unit 2. Operable Unit 2 is primarily the mine site. Operable Unit 1 is everything else in the site, mainly residential properties. When the site was listed on the National Priorities List, almost all this property was in the county, and as the years have gone by, it's been annexed into the city. To get to the conversation about why we spend money each year continuing to manage this program, we have an obligation under the consent decree to do so. Each year we send annual letters to property owners. We send about 730 or 40 letters to every property owner within that site boundary, reminding them that they live on a Superfund site, and if they're going to move soil, there's a prescriptive way to do that. That once a year mailing is required by the EPA that we do that. The federal government EPA comes in with a consultant once every 5 years and reviews how we're doing to see if we are maintaining compliance with the consent decree. So that's where it is stated in the last 5-year review that we are required to send this letter each year to every property owner. It's a benefit to people who are just moving into the area, for people who have lived there for the duration of this whole project. It is just an extra piece of mail, but it's required that we send that out. We send a letter, again as a requirement of the consent decree, we send a letter twice a year to the Environmental Protection Agency, and it is sent on before September 24th and before March 24th of every year. In that, and again, these dates are defined in the consent decree. We have to state that the status of institutional controls, which are the governing document on how to move soil in the site. The city has institutional controls, as does the county. So we have to maintain those compliance with that, and we have to make a statement with my signature saying we're in compliance with institutional controls. We also have to state whether or not there has been an emergency actions on the site. If something dramatic has happened that would have caused an exposure to contaminated soils, and generally these, in this type of a Superfund site, would be something like a force majeure, where there would be a natural event that would expose heavy metals. We declare there either has or has not been. We maintain to EPA that they have full access to the site, even though they are really exempt from all local land use codes. We tell them that access to the site by EPA in the state of Colorado, if it had been requested in the past 6 months, would certainly have been granted. We make a confirmation that EPA has full access to all of our files. Initially, everything was in paper. Now it's a combination of paper. It's a hybrid system of paper and electronic. We have to indicate whether there have been any conveyances of property, specifically properties that were owned by Pitkin County. And Pitkin County was listed as a responsible party, which got us into this situation years ago, but we do not own property up there anymore, to my knowledge. And we also, if we get soil samples from people who are doing sampling on the project, they give us copies of their results, but we haven't got, and we state whether we did get some or we didn't get some samples in the previous 6 months. And then the last thing was, I mentioned already, was a twice-a-year letter that we send out. So that's just one of the reasons why we spend regular time on this program. We also update the map that you're looking at every December, January, about this time of the year. We just updated it last week for 2023. And that reflects any changes in individual properties where the property owner may have done work that exposed soils and the status of that. On the map, there are areas that are all white. There are areas that are kind of a darker pinkish color and then a light pink. All the pink colors, either dark or light, are areas of contaminated soil containing greater than 1,000 parts per million total lead. And that was kind of the heavy metal element that declared this to be a Superfund site. So when someone takes remedial action on their property and they've complied with the institutional controls, the color goes from dark pink to light pink. And then they get the EPA has they have one obligation in the consent decree where we have many. One of theirs is when the county tells EPA that a property owner has taken remedial action and complied with institutional controls, we send a letter to the EPA with that property owner's name and address and a declaration that they've complied with institutional controls. The EPA then is obligated to send a letter to that property owner on EPA letterhead saying they're in compliance with conditions and there's no immediate public or environmental health threat. This year, 2023 compared to 2022, that's a 2022 map you're looking. This year's looks exactly the same because we didn't have anybody that had completed the work on their property that declared it was fully in compliance. So that's something that we monitor regularly because the people who own the property deserve that letter, and we tell them to put it in their deed papers for future reference. We are available for technical assistance to the city of Aspen since almost this whole property is now in the city limits. Our historical knowledge of the site helps them when they have to make decisions regarding specific properties. So we work closely with the City Environmental Health Department and the City Engineering Department and Building Department. Each month, Kurt and I regularly every month, Kurt, when he has the opportunity to join me, drive through the entire site or walk through the site to look for any new construction sites or issues that may have popped up that we weren't aware of the month before. And on a number of occasions, people who live in the site will stop and ask us questions about the status of the Superfund site or just to say hi to us because I've become very close friends with many in that site over the years. We've gone through a terrific amount, them as citizens and us as the county. So we visit with the property owners. And we address compliance issues, and this is done in person as well. We help interpret the regulations for the property owner, working with the city of Aspen in particular. This was an unusual event in, when was it, 2018. There are two outlets of water from the Superfund site, one out of the Cohenhoven drainage, which goes through the Hunter Creek properties into the Roaring Fork River. The other one is the Molly Gibson mine drainage, which goes through the tennis court, racket club, and into the Roaring Fork. And the pipe coming out of the Molly Gibson was either intentionally, maliciously, or innocently plugged, and water started backing up because it's a continuous flow of water. The Molly Gibson shaft penetration in the earth is about 1,400 feet. There's a natural flow of water that's been uninterrupted for over 100 years since that mine was established. So it flows constantly. The flow is very constant. And someone plugged the pipe up. So it started backing up in the piping system, the conduit system on top of the mine. And it surfaced through the top of the manholes and was flowing towards the mobile home park. And so we got that fixed and cleared it out, worked with the city of Aspen. Then I sent a letter to all the property owners who have property adjacent to that stream, reminding them that it's inappropriate and illegal for them to block that flow of water. That was an instance where it took quite a bit of our time. We did, right about that time, we hadn't sampled the water quality coming out of either the Cohenhoven or the Molly Gibson for years. So we sampled the water for heavy metals, bacteria, and just to determine the quality of the water, because kids play in it. It's readily accessible. Direct human contact is there, and found that the water is of the highest quality. It's completely high enough quality for direct human contact. Consumption would not be part of that deal because it's considered raw water, just like stream water. But we were comforted as a public health department to realize that that water is fine going into the Roaring Fork, as it has been for 40 years since we've been working on this site. So let's see, we sent the clean letter. EPA comes every 5 years. They were required to tell them when there's a management change in personnel from the county. They are required to tell us when there's a management change in EPA personnel. So far, they've been negligent to do that in the past 2 managers. So we don't know who our site manager is right now, but I'm trying to find out so we can send them an updated map. I personally monitor staff on the history of the site and what our obligations are, especially new people coming into the county, not just environmental health, but our public health staff. I've developed a succession plan, which took quite a bit of time to make sure it was readable and understandable, reminding people of the perpetuity obligation we have. And then probably one of the most significant obligations that we have, and I have personally, is working with the people who live on the site, but also other citizens who even walk through the site to go up Smuggler Mountain Road. It's not as frequent as it used to be, but it was regularly questions to me asking, is it safe to walk through the property? Is it safe to own property? Is it safe to let my child play outside? Why, we did 3 human studies on children living in the site years ago. 2 of them were what I would declare the result defensible. The first one was kind of a quickly generated study. The last 2 we did were with EPA approval. We received money to do the study of the children from the federal government, and from a public health perspective, the blood lead levels in the children ages 1 through 10, that was our target population living in the Superfund site. None of them, there was one exception, and that was an outlier, but all the other children living on the site in that age group had lead levels that were no higher than you'd find any place else in the United States, even though they live on a Superfund site with exceptionally high heavy metal levels in the soil. And the conclusion that we reached, the University of Cincinnati Kettering Institute was the one we hired to do the blood lead study. The laboratories, the physicians, everybody involved were satisfied that the protective measures that we're taking, like with the institutional controls, were adequate to protect our children. So I'm gonna stop there, and I think I've been rambling on a bit here, unless you have questions.
Is there any documented evidence of anybody in history in that site having any sort of lead contamination? Because I remember when the whole thing about the Superfund site came up originally, I remember Nick DeWolf and others were involved in figuring out how to handle this conflict with the EPA. I always remember hearing an argument that the lead was actually inert in that it was tied up somehow molecular level where it was inert, and it's not something that would easily enter the bloodstream.
That's correct. I referenced that in the attachment to your packet. We are fortunate that the galena-type lead formation does in fact minimize the release of heavy metals from the host rock. The galena is the host rock under normal conditions of snowmelt and rainwater exposure. We're fortunate in that way because that was one of the reasons when we tested the children that they did not have elevated blood leads. So we're very fortunate, and that's exactly right, Greg, that the host rock is a prevention that we had nothing to do with. The biggest question that we asked EPA that is still unanswered is when they declared that Smuggler was going to be a Superfund site and was placed on the Superfund site in 1986 on the national priorities list, was how can there be a declaration made that the water sample that was used to score the site came from a private well, and is there a way to differentiate between the water sample coming from the private well and the water coming past a naturally mineralized zone subsurface that would create a high lead level? And there's no answer ever given to us, but to us to help clarify that. So the site was scored, and it has remained on the Superfund site ever since then, as a Superfund site. Even though it was delisted and deleted in 1999, it is still an obligation that Pitkin County has in perpetuity.
That's the part that I have trouble with, because I don't think I've ever heard of anyone ever showing any signs of lead contamination. Yet it seems that we've got I don't know if it was a political or a bureaucratic situation that we can't seem to get out of. So we're going to be doing mitigation for something which was never really shown to be a problem. And I don't know, if I could be wrong. I'm so glad you're here. But my impression is that this has been perhaps completely unnecessary since day one. And you can go back. I remember an old friend of my mom's, Sylvia Morin, was an old woman when I was a kid who was raised, not born in Aspen. She came over on a wagon from Leadville during the mining days, but she lived at the base of Smuggler her entire adult life. Yeah. And probably died at age 80s, 90s, something in there. And she'd never heard of it. So you just think, what are we doing, and why is this? Luckily, it's not exorbitantly expensive, but if you tally it up over the last several decades, it's a lot of money has been thrown toward this, and a lot of hassle. Now, an even bigger hassle for our landfill, at a greater expense to everyone, and I'm not convinced it's even real.
We are.
What's your?
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I don't know. Is there any evidence that this is a problem?
Well, that's why we did the human studies on the children. They were the most exposed population. Right. And other reasons that we determined that were supportable, I think, that the kids weren't sick, and generally the lead exposure, their primary effect is going to be diminished IQ over a series of their life. It's not something they're going to notice today or tomorrow. But I watched, when we did the blood studies, I watched the children, before that I watched the children play in the summer, mouth the soil with their toys. We did a co-located clinical environmental sampling where we drew venous blood from the children, as well as environmental sampling. We vacuumed their rugs, did dust sampling, did curb sampling in front of their homes, did threshold sampling in front of their doors. We found high levels of heavy metals, but the children still were not exposed. So they were properly nutritioned. Fortunately, our population up here is well educated. They're properly nutritioned. They were getting probably a pretty good calcium intake, which helps prevent the assimilation. And the site is covered in snow about 7 months of the year, maybe. So direct exposure to the soil all worked in our benefit to have children with low blood leads. Got it. The one outlier that I mentioned earlier was a child that lived up there, but we found out that he worked on motorcycles and was very active with internal combustion engines. and at that time had access to leaded gas, so we excluded him from the study.
Got it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's the frustration that comes from this.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead,
Or
Steve.
a couple of questions. On the map, there are, it looks to me like the mine tailings probably were hauled around and used to fill at some of the different sites.
That's right.
Because it's kind of scattered around, the different pink areas are scattered around like they weren't part of the original tailings, but that it was
Yep.
hauled there. Is that what explains how it's spread around like it is?
That's exactly right, Steve. When the Smuggler Mobile Home Park was built, the two developers that laid that laid the streets out there and the lots, literally just bulldozed flat what was mine tailings,
Right.
up there. And when I first started here in 1976, I'd go up into that area, and it was kind of a no man's land. It was old refrigerators, junk cars. It was just a place where local kids went to play. And when the Smuggler Run Mobile Home Park was developed, which is just adjacent to the Smuggler Mobile Home Park, that further again was just bulldozed flat. And that's why you see this amoebic form of the distribution of the soil. And it's highly likely some of the areas where it's all white, if you would dig down 15 feet or 10 feet or 8 feet or whatever, you might run into contaminated soil there as well. But when EPA, that description of the distribution of soil was based on thousands of soil samples that were everywhere from on the surface down to 4 feet. And then, for example, each mobile home site lot in the two mobile home parks, there were 3 samples taken on each lot. There were thousands of samples taken, and that map was drawn with the technology that was available at that time. That was as accurate as they could make it. That went from being a study map to the remediation map, and we're in charge of that.
What's the color difference?
And
Sorry.
are there any records? I mean, if they were hauling the tailings for fill, were there other places in the city or the county where people hauled the tailings to use them for fill of some kind?
Of course.
Do we have any record of that?
I think every city street in Aspen is got a base coat of mine tailings from the mining activity. That Puppy Smith told me that, Road and Bridge people have told me that. That's just the way it was. It was free, easy, accessible. It made great foundation, base material. It's been hauled all over the county. Before that map went from being a study map to a remediation map, there were efforts on some citizens to have the entire town city limits be listed as a Superfund site. And I fortunately wasn't involved in having to make that decision. There were technical, legal, and political issues. I was in charge of the technical, obviously legal. You were the political, and legal were the attorneys. So there was a time came when the boundary that you're looking at was declared the Superfund site boundary, and to go beyond that, I can't tell you. There's just from what people have told me over the past almost 50 years is the soil is everywhere.
Is that good, Steve? Do you have more?
Having to do with our dealings with CDPHE. This has similarities really to the counties who have closed landfills who are having difficulty with CDPHE. In CDPHE treating them as if they were in perpetuity kind of responsibilities for closed landfills that met standards back when they were closed. But now they no longer meet the standards, and the CDPHE is keeps coming back at counties for more and more regulations and making it more and more difficult. And that's kind of what it appears to me, the fact that they won't let us use the excavated material from Smuggler as the daily cover at the landfill. They're making it more difficult for us.
Yeah.
And this seems to be a pattern with CDPHE. And I was wondering if there's any other sort of remedies we could take to go back to CDPHE and, you know, argue for our case. One of the cases being that if our landfill gets totally filled up, then any mine tailings are going to have to be hauled 60 or 100 miles away to some other facility somewhere else that we don't have control over, and it will make it more difficult in the future. If we can stretch the life of our landfill for as long as possible by using the fill material as daily cover, that will extend the life of our landfill. And I think that could be a valid argument that we should maybe make to CDPHE. Thank you.
Kurt, did you have something you wanted to add?
I did, but I think that would be a great leadway. It wasn't much. It was just about the fact that in the bigger picture, when I started, we had just gone through the Great Recession, so there wasn't a lot of activity. So I just wanted to point out one of the other things driving all of this work is the amount of activity that we've seen within the site after the Great Recession, and not just development, but redevelopment. And again, I think the important thing is we also know that there may be potential for redevelopment of Centennial, which could impact all of this as well. And I think that's just an important thing to keep in mind. And other than that, I think that was a great leadway into potentially having Kathy talk about the changes in the landfill then, if that's okay.
Okay, so what is driving this conversation is the landfill's permit was updated last year, and that was driven by the expansion that we completed, the north expansion of the landfill. We had to open up the permit and update it. So during that time, again, CDPHE does get more strict usually with stuff like that. And we adopted the state's waste acceptance plan overall. And it got more detailed. The 2012 one was probably woefully inadequate, but this dictates if we take in smuggler soils or other mine tailing wastes from around the city, and there's a number of sites, petroleum contaminated soils, non-friable asbestos. It's all laid out into this plan, which is much more comprehensive than the 2012 plan. But in that, the paragraph that exempted smuggler soils was removed. However, we worked with CDPHE to get a bevel waste exemption. And bevel waste is mine tailing waste. And in the 1990s, the Resource Conservation Recovery Act, RCRA it's called, those are the federal guidelines for managing solid waste. The exemption for mine tailing waste was added to it. As Tom and Kurt said, some of these mine tailing wastes come back over 1,000 parts per million for lead. That is hazardous waste, but it's naturally occurring. And so the federal government recognized this and put this exemption into their solid waste regulations. The state of Colorado has the ultimate authority over that. So what we did when we noticed and this past summer that the paragraph for smuggler was missing, we went to the state of Colorado and we said, listen, we've got this smuggler area, it's mine tailing contamination, give us a blanket coverage for bevel waste exemption. And they were agreeable to it. A recent example is the W Hotel. That is built on mine tailing waste. That happened a few years ago. They also got the bevel waste exemption. But the W Hotel soils could not, it was dictated by the state, they could not go in as cover dirt, such as smuggler had been. So they're looking at it and treating it fairly across all mine tailing waste in the area. As Tom mentioned, it doesn't leach. Yeah, it's 1,000 parts per million of lead, But when they go back, and the W Hotel site did this, they went back and did a toxicity characteristic leachate procedure, which simulates in the lab the conditions in a landfill. It doesn't leach out. It's pretty stable, as Greg said. It's not going anywhere. But their reasoning for why you don't use it as cover dirt anymore is because cover dirt's on top of the landfill, it's over the trash. If you get a stormwater event, you get runoff from the soils on the trash that are covering the trash, and it's carried down into the stormwater system, which eventually leaves the site. So that's their concern. Yeah, it's not necessarily hazardous waste, but it's going to be lead-contaminated waste carried off of the site. So it's kind of complicated to work around, but they're treating the W Hotel, the Aspen Music School, which was also on a mine tailing site. Lift 1A is on top of mine tailings. That's getting ready to be redevelopment, so they have to treat it all equal. And they didn't feel Smuggler was different enough to give it the cover dirt exemption again. So, yeah, it's complicated.
I have a question. Does a wind event separate out the substrate from the lead?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me talk to that just briefly. When the Smuggler Mountain Mobile Home Park was developed, I was concerned that there would be off-site transport, fugitive dust transport of heavy metals from that site, because there was quite a bit of excavation going on to make the footprint for the homes. So I set up an air sampler just off-site so that the up valley winds would blow the excavated area right through the air sampler that I set up. And the lead levels that we found at that time were a factor of 10 lower than the federal standard, which was good news. And that makes sense because it is truly a heavy metal. So to have it become airborne is tricky. And the EPA did an air study years after my very elementary one that I did, and concluded the same thing. So and that was verified by the EPA when they did the scoring for the site based on a model that they use. They declared that air movement of heavy metals was not an issue, but the groundwater was the determining source.
I guess, no, I appreciate that. That's very helpful. I was thinking about it a little bit differently as far as the cover soil and the landfill, that if the air is carrying the rock away, is that concentrating the lead further as the cover soil?
I don't think so.
Or the cover material?
I would not think so. Unless it was leaching and becoming concentrated through a leaching process, it is still inert in whatever form of air movement that it's going to be exposed to.
So how should I interpret that? So the wind isn't taking any bit of lead and bevial substrate off of the cover?
I don't think we've ever done an air sample, set up an air sampling campaign at the landfill to determine that.
Shaking her head.
We haven't done an air sampling since I've been there, 2013. So, but it's possible, but I don't know.
It really wouldn't make any difference if the soil was at the landfill or if it was still on their property at Smuggler.
Do you see dust up there when the wind blows?
Oh, yes. In the summers, it does get dry.
It's already on the surface, right?
Yeah.
Where at Smuggler, it's being uprooted in a way.
Mm-hmm.
That's
So
all. Thanks.
Yeah, the good news about covered dirt, it does eventually end up in the landfill. So the operators will cover the trash at the end of the day. They'll scrape as much as they can off and reuse it again the next night. But eventually it all gets worked into the landfill. But the cover dirt provides a beneficial use because we do need it, and it's better than digging out of the hillside for cover soils for the landfill. So you can see on the chart, this is the amount of Smuggler soils that have come in by year since 2006. That's as far back as I have data. And you can see it ebbs and flows. There's some big years. Looks like 2017 we got 12,000 tons of it in. Last year we got like 12 tons. There just wasn't anything really going on in Smuggler last year. This year, since January, 2 jobs have kicked off in Smuggler, and we've gotten over 600 tons in. So this could be a big year, depending on developmental permits. Over the course since 2006, approximately 29,000 cubic yards of Smuggler soils have come into the landfill.
So, there isn't always a supply of Smuggler soil to cover your trash.
No.
So what do you use then? Then you dig it out of the hillside?
No, we have a permission from the state to use an alternative daily cover, and that's a spray-on. It's like a paper mache. We use 5 nights a week. 1 night a week we're required to use soils. So we do have a stockpile of soils we have a lot now from our recent expansion. They excavated a lot out, and then we have a hillside that we pull from. So yeah.
Okay, great, thanks.
It's very minimal that we do use Smuggler soils as cover. Like you said, it ebbs and flows. So we're here today to seek a pricing recommendation. So since we can no longer have that beneficial use as cover dirt for it, it was coming in at $15 a ton. That's our cover dirt price. We price, disposal things to cover the use of the airspace in the fill, infrastructure improvements such as building expansions, equipment purchases. It all goes towards running the landfill. The landfill is an enterprise fund, and we do run on our revenues. So the current Smuggler soil rate at the cover dirt price is $15 a ton. Staff recommends meeting in the middle of the MSW compactor truck rate of $67.25 a ton. We didn't feel like going with the $106 a ton construction demo fill was worth it. Doesn't require a lot of compactionate soils.
But is this going to be for all dirt that's coming in, or just Smuggler, this price change?
It's just Smuggler or any other bevel waste dirt. So W Hotel came in at the trash rate. If Lift 1A kicks off, it'll come in as the trash rate. We'll keep that equal. Everybody with mine tailing waste will be treated the same.
But if somebody else has moved soil somewhere else in the county and brings it to the landfill, what's the rate per ton then?
It depends. So if it's kind of rocky and clay-like soil, we'll take it to cover dirt at $15 a ton. If it's good topsoil dirt that we can make topsoil, that comes in at $10 a ton, $10.50 a ton. So
This is pretty high, okay.
It's the scale house. The gatekeepers really have a job. They're the ones responsible for sorting, and that's another thing too. We have to really pay close attention with the Smuggler soil or any bevel mine waste that is not getting into the pile to make topsoil. Because then you got a real problem on your hand. You've got lead contaminated soil being made and going out, but we haven't had that issue.
But when you receive dirt, you know where it came from. It comes with an address.
Yeah, usually. And like Smuggler's so tightly controlled, the W Hotel site was tightly controlled. So yeah, they knew they had to bring it here, and W Hotel was directed. They went and got their own bevel waste exemption from the state, so they were clearly told where they needed to take it.
Tightly controlled by whom? By
The site managers, they realize they can get in a lot of trouble with the state as well as with us. And then the scale house, we usually require a job name so they know where it's coming from as well.
Okay.
So there's multiple levels of controls in there to make sure it's not getting out where it shouldn't be. And then the third option we've talked about kind of in meetings before, establish a subsidy program. The Smuggler has a fund. The landfill collects those fees and pays into that fund, and that pays Tom to manage the site. This requires some attorney review, I'm not quite sure, but some of the lower income property owners in the Smuggler area could maybe, and this completely has to be worked out, could apply for a subsidy to cover the cost of those soils. It's just an idea. There's also multi-million properties with $1 million properties within Smuggler that have
think they
taken
all are.
advantage of the $15 fill rate. So what we're here today is just to get some direction. Right now, we're still at the $15 cover dirt rate, but we are burying it in the landfill.
So when you have a job, like let's say in the trailer park, a trailer's going to be removed and a house built there. How many tons are we talking about in a job like that? I mean,
If they went property line to property line, we would calculate it roughly 70 feet long, 30 feet wide, or 35 feet wide, and 10 feet deep. And I did a rough one calculation the other day, and it's like 2,200 cubic yards, maybe.
and how
So
does
it-
that relate to tons?
Well, it used to be a ton was a cubic yard, but I'm not sure if that's the case anymore. That'd be I don't know how you look at
So
that.
it's like a pickup load.
Cubic yard
No.
of soil weighs about 900 pounds.
Cubic yard weighs about 900 pounds.
Yeah, and a ton of
Okay,
soil is
so
2,000, so
two-
it's almost half a
Two
ton.
are almost to a ton.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's normally 10 tons per tandem truckload if it's loaded legally,
A big truck, yeah.
a tandem dump. So that would, if you have 22,000 cubic yards, again, I didn't do that rough into tons, but
2,200.
yeah,
2,200
a
tons.
lot of truckloads.
Well, you can see where I'm going. I'm trying to get to what is the cost to
cost?
somebody who has to move soil. So,
Right.
Well,
if you're just, I don't know, putting in a garden and removing some soil and bringing in topsoil, for instance, it's not very much. But if you're doing construction, then it could be a lot.
Yep. I think Patty had asked me a question, can I say that? About, what would be the least and the most. The least, the institutional controls indicate anything over a ton or a cubic yard requires the property owner to go through a prescriptive process of paperwork showing where the soil is going to go and how much is going to be moved. And then that would be the minimum. Then the one I described to you a minute ago would probably be close to the maximum within the mobile home park. But there's properties outside the mobile home park that are bigger than that as far as tons or cubic yards.
Kelly?
Thank you. Explain to me, how is the money in the smuggler fund generated?
So the landfill collects a fee per ton of waste, and every year we transfer that money collected into a special county banking account. It's just designated for smugglers, so we calculate that quarterly.
And that's established by the Hazardous Substance Response Fund, which is a state law. So whenever there is a Superfund site within a county boundary and the county owns the landfill, then the county charges that so many cents that goes into the HSRF fund that we keep. And that is earmarked by state law only for smuggler expenses.
And how much is in that fund now?
450,000, something like that.
And change.
And is that only charged on dirt coming from the site? Or is this a universally applicable fee?
It's a universally applicable fee that's built into trash tipping fees at the
Okay,
landfill.
so anyone bringing hazardous waste is paying this fee?
Yeah, anything for disposal gets a few cents added on. They don't see that. It's built into our tipping fee.
Let me see if I remember this correctly. So anything that goes into the landfill that stays in the landfill is what gets charged that fee.
Oh, I see.
If it goes in the landfill but it comes back out of the landfill as a usable product, is that correct? You wouldn't charge that?
Anything that gets tipped is trash. Yeah,
Okay,
anything
that's
for
trash
disposal.
that stays there, yeah.
For disposal.
Did you put your hand up? Craig?
Thinking about it.
Okay, so somebody's telling you should be charging 105. Who's recommending that fee?
That's our construction demo fee. That's the highest end. We felt that construction demolition debris is charged that high because we have to do a lot of work to compact it into the landfill. So looking at soils, it doesn't take any work to really compact into the landfill. They're already compact. So we hit on that 67.25 as sort of a in-betweener.
But you could leave it at 15?
That'll be up to you. I mean, we can, it's everything you
And the
direct.
reason that you don't think that's wise is because now you can't just spread it out. You have to incorporate it into the landfill.
It's taking up significant airspace in the landfill, which is valuable.
Yeah.
But
It's real
there really
estate.
isn't
You're picking
anything else
that.
you can do with it. So,
Okay. Well, I kind of like the idea of having a subsidy program for people who need help and then charging other people more. Kurt?
Francie, can I just add to the subsidy program? So there are a couple of questions about the legality of that and whether or not you can use that fee that we're getting back. We have asked Laura Maker with the attorney's office to review that. She hadn't come up with an answer for us by this meeting, so she just told me to, if she didn't, to have you prompt her to make sure that she gets an answer to that. I think for us that this came up because there's this idea of we have a number of different types of housing here, right? We have these multi-million-dollar homes. We have, you could argue, some of the original affordable housing projects within the county, and as well as some of the more newer ones like Centennial and Hunter Creek. So there are a number of different pieces to it, and I think we were trying to figure out how could we utilize the funding equitably. I think the other concern would just be that given the funding, at some point we may have issues with there not being enough funding to go around, and then how would we utilize that? So there's a lot that we would have to sort out if that's what we want to pursue, not just the legal side of it, but actually trying to project out whether or not there really would be enough funding to support this long-term or not. There may not be. We haven't even tried to tackle that because there's the difficulties of the legal piece that we had to answer
Well,
first.
I'm assuming that the higher-end properties are going to be moving more dirt than the lower-income properties. Is that a correct assumption?
Off the top of my head,
I don't think so.
I'm not
You
sure.
don't think so?
Yeah.
The value of the properties are, I don't know. In my position, I'm not going to get engaged in pricing.
Kelly?
Yeah, I mean, you know, anywhere else that we're accepting this bevel waste from, we're charging the MSW rate, right?
correct.
Let me check that understanding. And without any consideration of who can afford it or who can't. So I would just probably extend that approach to this approach. Because I guess I'm just not sure, like, how would you justify just based on a site taking one thing at one cost and one thing at another cost? Like, that to me is inequitable. So I'm interested in taking the staff's recommendation, and I'd be happy to create, to have a different conversation about how we might cultivate a subsidy and when it would be appropriate to apply it. But I don't think I need to have that information before I accept the staff's recommendation on the charge.
It's a
I'm
tough
okay
one.
with that. I still don't really have an understanding of what kind of charge this is gonna end up being, it's,
Well, can I try it? Can I make an attempt here? Say for a single wide mobile home, the charge now would be, if you took the full amount of soil, lot line to lot line, 10 feet deep, you're talking about a $33,000 charge to remove those soils at the $15 rate. The $67 rate, it's $150,000 roughly to remove that same amount of soil. We're not sure how much soil people actually remove from any of these sites, whether it's a high-end free market home or the RO units at the at the mobile home park. We do know that the cost of a mobile home has gone up. They're selling for $2 million now. Mm-hmm. So it's not like it's really low-income housing at this point. It's pretty expensive housing. It just happens to be in a mobile home park. It's just got more expensive. It's just all of a sudden the cost of ownership of a place up there is going to go up by $150,000 if you're thinking of doing any real,
If you're redeveloping.
if you're gonna redevelop it.
Yeah.
If you're not gonna redevelop it, it's probably not an issue. It's unfortunate that I wish we could make an appeal regarding the soils, but I guess that's occurred to you and we've talked about it.
Well, I'm assuming this number that you have is your best reflection of what the costs are to the landfill to deal with this stuff. Well, you need to recoup your costs. I mean,
Can we put it back in the mine?
We tried, that was one of our options that the county proposed, and it was rejected.
why?
They didn't want to
They,
spoil the mine.
no, they figured at that time, this was at the very beginning of this project, that if we put it all back in the mine, that it would be a concentrated deposit, and the mine is full of water, discharging
Yeah.
regularly. So the EPA's conclusion was that we put the tailings back in the mine, it would be a concentrated exposure that the water would then transport out, but we didn't, what we and they didn't know at the time was the difficulty in leaching the metals from the host rock. The discussion that you're having regarding going clear back to the very beginning of this, I summarized in my attachment to this regarding the history of pricing of soil to the homeowners.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kelly.
I want to check our understanding because I did not have the same understanding as Greg as far as the numbers, and perhaps, that just contributes to like whether the magnitude of the price affects our decision, and it sounds like for some people it does. So I think it would be helpful if we could like iron that out, because I thought it was closer to like $1,500 at the $67, based on what Kathy said the amount of cubic yards per ton is.
I could have been wrong. I did that on the napkin there.
Yeah, I ran numbers. So the 600 tons of soil that we brought in since the beginning of January from Smuggler, we've charged the $15 rate that came in at $8,900. If we would have charged I did it $65. If we would have charged the solid waste rate, it would have been $38,870.
And that's just one site?
It's two sites.
Two sites.
One was a bigger site. One's a bigger site going on right now. So.
And so if it's, yeah, okay, so,
It is.
yeah. Go ahead, Kurt.
One thing I wanted to point out, Greg, I don't know if that's appealable, but certainly, and Kathy, I don't know if you've appealed it or not, but I haven't. But I don't know if it's appealable either, so.
Yeah, and talking with the guy that manages it for the state, they're looking at it, like Kelly mentioned, like the W Hotel site, Lift 1A site, Aspen Music School. They're not differentiating. They're saying this is mine tailings and this is how we handle it. So, I mean, we always could go back and appeal it and talk to them. It can't hurt. They can't do anything to you.
It might be worth it. There's a lot of money at stake.
Yeah. I mean, I'm willing to engage in that conversation with
To have a one-size-fits-all mine tailings policy seems pretty sloppy, for CDPHE or the feds, whoever, EPA. Because as we know, it's not always the same thing. My guess is it's probably a galena-based lead formation all the way through this area. So it might, maybe that would bear fruit. It could be a futile effort also. That's something I don't know enough about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to call them.
Well, I think you guys have put in the math to come up with this particular number, this recommendation, which is sort of a compromise to begin with. So I'm willing to recognize that, with keeping an eye open for people for whom this could be a hardship, and finding a way to subsidize that. that's where the way I'd like to go. Are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that. I think it's the let sleeping dogs lie approach. You know, it's like, let's not disturb the soil.
Yes,
unless
Kelly?
you want to pay.
I just want some clarity, because I thought what I heard is they're putting the approaches for this type of leaded soil, not for all mine tailings. So I'd like to understand that a little bit. And then I guess I'm wondering for you, Francie, is this something, would you want that to apply, anyone that is subject to these fees could apply for this hardship? You know, again, the fee is paid universally, so I guess we would have to figure out if the subsidy would be available universally, or
No,
if there's something that distinguishes Smuggler Superfund from the others.
Yeah, I
can't
would,
subsidize
I don't know
outside
about
the
Smuggler
Smuggler
being
site.
separate, but I would imagine that certain properties within Smuggler would be eligible for a subsidy, just like we do, how do you qualify for other subsidies? Is this a
Well,
financial
what about
hardship?
other places in the county where this dirt is being dug up?
Affordable category, affordable housing.
Yeah, yeah, Kurt.
The fee itself is designated for smuggler use only. So it's not, we can check with the attorneys, but that designation right there likely makes it, if we could even use it, it would only be in the smuggler site because of that designation.
Because other places in the county would be paying roughly 105 or whatever.
I think we should keep it if, you know, other mine tailing sites get developed, 67.25, the trash rate.
But other dirt that comes in would be at 106. What did you say it was? 105.
106 is
But that's all mixed with debris and everything.
that's in with construction demolition
Yeah,
debris,
okay.
yeah. Uncontaminated
That's
dirt
my
we
last
try and get
question.
separate.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Just my last question would be if, just confirmation that all of this is, you know, simpatico with the decree.
In terms of the fees,
Well, I'd say in terms of any of this, I just want to make sure that we're not violating any aspects of that decree, which to me seems like the thing that we need to hold true to at all costs, right?
and the institutional controls state that any disturbed soils on the site have to be taken to a, is it dutifully licensed facility? But it doesn't talk about anything around, you know, how that gets handled once it's at the facility, which is a separate conversation with the landfill. It just says that it needs to go to a proper place, which the landfill has been designated as that site.
Right, and the state dictates.
And the state,
It comes down to the state dictating it.
We try to encourage the developers to keep the soil on their own property. They can keep it and reuse it, and at no cost, obviously.
You
But
mean
when it goes off their property,
non-contaminated soil you're talking about?
all soil.
All
their
soil.
in the site.
They still have to put a cap over
Something
that
on
soil-
top.
something on top of that soil, yeah, that's the requirement.
Yeah.
And then
well,
my final question would be just, I'm guessing this will come back to us for a further conversation. I'd like to understand what the future plan is for this if we reach end of life at our landfill.
So if we reach end of life, which could happen, it can go to another regulated landfill. So it could go to South Canyon, it could go to Garfield County. The Bevel waste exemption allows, it doesn't necessarily have to come to Pickens counties, it can go to another.
Wherever they take it, the receiving landfill has to give us a letter saying that they qualify to receive the soil. Us meaning Pickens County.
So what are you saying, Kelly? You'd like to go with the recommendation with no consideration for future subsidies for hardship cases?
I didn't say I wouldn't consider it.
We don't know where they'll be.
It's a conversation that should come back to us, but I think as we move forward with CDPHE's requirements, we should charge the $67.25.
Well, we could just,
I don't need to hold this up to do that.
We could allow for an appeal if for, you know, to be heard by the BOCC or whomever. If, but you know, for a lot of people, they're not going to know that it used to be 15 when they go to do their construction. They're just going to be told the fee is 67.25, right? I mean, well, let's just go with your recommendation right now, and then we could worry about the subsidy later if it seems to come up as an issue. It's really only going to affect people who are under construction right now, it seems like to me, or about to be.
And that's a timing thing. I'm willing to this job that's currently ongoing. I think it's probably unfair to switch it midway.
Right, right,
We
I
could
agree.
give a time frame in the next 6 months and alert people in that area that, hey, the price is going up. That's fine with us too.
Steve?
Yeah, thank you. The fees we charge at the landfill, like in this case, really, my understanding is we are paying for the future expansion of the landfill and the ultimate closure costs of closing the landfill when it is totally maxed out. And if someone wants to build a house in the Smuggler Superfund site area, they need to pay for the future closure of the landfill by paying whatever fee we determine is necessary. So I would be skeptical about giving anybody a subsidy for not paying their fair share of the future landfill costs that are helping to bring it faster. Others keep this step for everybody.
Is it money that's going to keep the landfill alive? I guess discouraging people from taking too much there helps.
Well, and if you can use it on site, I mean, if I was this price differential, if I was a resident and looking to redevelop my property a bit, I would try and find a way to keep it on site and save money.
But if you're living on a pad, you don't have a lot of room to keep it on site. But okay, well, is that enough direction for you right now?
So what I hear is we'll raise it $67.25. I'm in favor of giving notification, and then we can come back with our discussion we have with the state to see if they're willing to reconsider. And then we can look further into being able to subsidize out of that smuggler fund.
If it becomes, you can see if it is possible.
Just an option.
And then we'll deal with that once you find out that.
So we'll 6 months time we'll raise it to $67.25, notice people, and then we'll be back before that time. For sure.
Can you do it in 3 months' time?
I think so.
I think 3 months is enough. I mean,
Yeah.
Because I do agree
Worried
with
about
Steve.
anticipating a surge in volume. All of a sudden, people who have been thinking about it for a long time are all going to show up before the deadline.
Well, I think the
Kinda like the moratorium.
permit process within Aspen will slow that down.
Yeah.
Considerably.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan,
All
Kathy.
right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll be back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. The recycling discussion was much more fun.
All right, future agendas. Do you have
Yeah.
anything for us, John?
Let me go grab Patty, if you
Great.
don't mind.
Yes, and I'm going to go to the bathroom quickly. Now we're back in session, and it's time for future agendas.
Thanks, Francie. Just a couple of things for the board. We do have some retirement celebrations coming up here. You may have already seen these notices. Both have, by coincidence, been planned separately on the same day at different times. And so we do have a retirement welcoming party that has been planned at the library March 1st, 3 to 5. In the Dunaway Community Room to bid Kathy Chandler farewell and good luck on her retirement. And also Barbara Smith, who's been on the library board for some time, and welcoming Genevieve Smith, who has been appointed the new library director.
I will be out of town.
I know.
What's the date?
March 1st, and that'll be 3 to 5. And then we have a retirement luncheon at Public Works for Bert Pierce from 11 to 1. And
On the same day?
yeah, on the same day. Now I hope we've had enough time to download enough knowledge from Bert's mind about the roads and right-of-ways and all kinds of stuff. But we'll miss both of those folks, and hopefully you'll have an opportunity to celebrate. And then, Greg, I have a note here that you'll be out for spring break, March 26th to April 2nd. Does that sound right?
Get everything done while I'm gone.
Well, yeah. And so just wanted the board to be aware of that in case anyone else was planning on being gone, just watching the quorums. So, and that's all I have.
I'm going to be gone in June, but not till then.
August.
Okay.
So, Francie, I've got a couple updates. On February 28th, we're going to be on the road, but I'm going to make every attempt to be at one location where I can zoom into the work session on February 28th. On March 7th, I will not be able to be at the meeting because that's the day that the National Farmers Union policy discussions are going on all day long without a break all day long. There's no hope of me being at the BOCC.
That could be a problem day.
March 7th. March 8th, I think I can zoom in. That's a travel day when we're flying back, but I think I can be at the airport and at least for a couple or 3 hours I should be able to attend the meeting. I might have to leave early to get on my flight on March 8th.
Okay, I'm looking at the schedule right now for the 7th. That's a work session.
Kelly's gonna be out working the city election that day. I'm traveling home the day before, and you never know if you're gonna get back that next day, so we might not have a quorum.
On the 7th, yeah.
Okay,
Depends if I can get home, because I'm driving from Denver and flying from Southern Cal.
right.
And the 28th, I am traveling and will not have access to, I'll be on the air.
Okay. And what else when you're gone? Are you planning on attending other meetings during?
No, I don't miss anything else
You don't miss anything else? Okay.
until August, and then I'm not taking a computer with me on my trip.
Yeah, okay. So, Steve, the 7th is the joint meeting with Open Space and Trails. And the 8th is Turnabout.
I should be back for the 8th.
And it also looks like a Sewell request for a constrained site TDR. That's at Sunfire.
Really? I thought
Is
we-
that what that is, John? Do you know?
I thought
On the
we'd have
8th,
done
it says
everything.
Sewell request for constrained site TDR. Is that Sunfire?
I do not know that.
Sunfire's all done under
Yeah, I thought
I
conservation.
don't
Sunfire
know.
was
I
done.
don't know any other Sewells though, but
Didn't know you owned any other land. Well, we'll find out. The 7th's the day of concern.
Okay, well, what happens if we try to start a meeting and Patty's
Well,
on the other side of the canyon?
if we do not have a quorum, I think we should plan on trying to schedule a light for the 7th. You can move ahead with work sessions, but it does not make a whole lot of sense when a majority of the board is not.
I don't think you
If-
can do that without a quorum.
You can't make any decisions or take any guidance, so it doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, and you
I'll do
certainly.
my best to get back here, but I don't know where I'll be. I should be able to be back. I think I'm flying in not too late on Monday afternoon.
And you're flying into Denver,
Yeah, then I
Patty?
have to get my car
Yeah,
and then-
and it's going to be weather dependent. The canyon's been less than reliable to get through with weather for sure.
I'll just do Cottonwood Pass.
Well, there's the
Oh, it's
first
not
quarter
open.
supplemental request, but it's being presented. It's not the decision
Mhm.
day.
Can I, well, I guess it wouldn't matter.
What?
I was gonna make a suggestion, but it would have just pushed everything to the 8th.
Well, Kelly, have you
Well,
heard anything?
I think we should try maybe to meet, and then if you
I'll
get
do my
stuck,
best. Well, Kelly is gonna, well, because have you heard anything from the city yet, Kelly, about working the election?
No, and I just emailed them asking for my schedule. So, but Patty, you could create it, maybe set up a hotel Monday night if you think weather is gonna be bad, enjoying remotely. Or
well,
cancel.
let's check in on this again when we hear what your schedule is. Maybe we should check on this tomorrow when we have discussion, and hopefully you'll have heard what your schedule is by then, Kelly.
We've got
I think the only
joint
day she's
meeting
planning
with
to work
Open
with the city
Space.
is that Tuesday. I think I'm doing this week when we don't have any meetings.
I had offered multiple days for them.
Well, let's just assume you're going to get back.
I'll try.
And if you're stuck in Gypsum, like somebody else has been recently, you can go to the library maybe and call in.
I'm not gonna sit in a library in Gibson for 8 hours while
Well,
we
I
do a
mean, if
work
you get to
session.
the canyon, and you can't get through, you're going to
Oh,
have to go
I'm
sit
more worried
somewhere.
about getting from California here to Denver but I'll do what I can.
Okay.
But
Well,
I've
that's the
had this
beauty
on
of
the
Zoom.
books
You
for a while.
can do it
Yeah.
if you have to.
I think we should just plan on having the meeting and,
Let's plan on it and
Yeah.
see what
Yeah.
happens.
yeah.
Because if you can't, no, if you cancel it, I'll get home. Why don't we cancel it and I'll get home?
And have a day to recover
Have
from
a
your
day to
travels.
recover, yeah.
Yeah. And I'll be gone June 10th through 17th, but that's a ways away. Okay, anything else on future agendas? Okay, so board membership reports. Say again?
Steve has his hand up.
Steve, thank you. Or he's gone. Maybe he had his hand up to tell us he was leaving. Actually, Kelly, do you need to pick up somebody in a few minutes? Do you want to go first on the board membership reports?
I have to pick up a different child today, so I can leave a little later.
Okay. All right, let's move ahead with you, Patty, and if Steve comes back, we'll get his
I'll
question
be
or his
quick.
comment.
Accra food and wine tickets are on sale. It's, I think, the second week in June. Yep, coming back around again. They sell out quickly.
Usually the third, isn't it? Third week?
I don't, yeah, but
It's the third.
yeah, I should have those dates, but I don't have them on hand. Economic Development, Northwest COG. So we do need to have a decision from this board by, I'm going to be running the COG meeting on the 16th, I think it is. No, it's the following week. I've got to, because Alyssa Shank from Snowmass is going to be in Africa. So I need to know how the board feels about supporting Skippy's use of COG monies to help fund his personal business, elected officials, mental health, yoga, meditation, day and a half retreat.
Is he going to do it whether or not he's reelected?
I have not asked him that, but I need to know if the board supports using Northwest COG public funds.
I thought it was just the Northwest logo and being able to advertise through Northwest COG.
No, he's getting money from Northwest COG. That is the issue at hand, to help fund his venue for his personal business issue. As far as I know, nobody from Snowmass is planning to. Oh, I also need to know if any members of the board want to go. It's $750 a person. It's apparently going to be in Breckenridge. So far, I don't think City Council he hasn't even discussed it with City Council, but in talking to some City Council members, they will probably not be going, nor will Snowmass Village. So we've petitioned all of the COG member jurisdictions to see if they support using COG funds, and if any of the member jurisdiction elected officials are interested in going. He wanted to do one in May or sometime soon, and then maybe another one in the fall. He also presented it to the Colorado Association of Ski Towns when they had their meeting in Steamboat, and we haven't heard anything from any of those jurisdictions, and he was asking $825 a person for the cast members to go. So I just need to know if the board wants me to support it, because it's a difficult decision for me to use COG monies to support private entity who also sits on the COG board and is a COG member jurisdiction. In my 20 years with COG, we've never done that, but it's really up to this board if they want me to cast a vote to support.
I don't understand, how does COG normally pay for, training? 'Cause I guess I don't know what to think of this as far as how COG normally operates.
John Stavney, as the executive director, does it through regional business, and he goes out, and if a member jurisdiction wants to have somebody manage a retreat or do an elected officials training or anything like that, it's done directly through COG. This is the first time I've had COG monies going to assist a private business, especially a private business that's being presented by a COG jurisdiction.
And this isn't
How is
through
that
COG.
different, though, from hiring a retreat leader or coach and
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
It's a conflict of interest with the person that we're hiring having come to COG, asking COG for funds to help their personal business.
As a member of COG.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's the representative for this city. We've hired people before, but it's generally like we hire people to come up for the Economic Development District Symposium at the statewide level, but that's funded through Economic Development District for COG members. There's no fee for COG members, or it's a really minimal fee. So it's I know, Kelly, you think it might be a good idea, but I just think it's just not clear to me.
I'm just trying to understand, how do we treat this, and, you know, how are we treating like situations like?
No,
That's
we're
all
not.
I'm
This
trying
has
to-
never
I
happened.
don't-
Yeah, this has never happened before. It's the first time in my 20 years of being with COG that we've ever had a member jurisdiction come forward and want us to help fund the venue. And then apparently he's not gonna charge for one of them the $750. He's not gonna get that money. It's supposed to go into some fund for future retreats, which may be his retreat in the fall. None of it's been clear. The teaming up of Northwest COG with Skippy's elected officials, what's it called? Elected officials something, collective, was never approved by the COG members, the COG executive board, or the COG executive committee.
So COG doesn't support this.
Well, John Stavney does, but it's not been, that's why we're waiting till the 15th to get feedback from all the member jurisdictions to see if they're interested.
Steve?
I think it's such a conflict of interest for Skippy to even be asking this. It might be perfectly legitimate, but it does not meet any sort of transparency kind of analysis in the public eye. And I would say that Northwest COG should not hold this event. Now, if Skippy does not win re-election, then it might be a different matter. But at this point in time, he should not even have approached Northwest COG about this. That, to me, is an unethical move on his part, and I don't think Northwest COG should hold the event.
Well, and I think if anybody, you know, for elected official training, you've got CCI, you got CML, that do those for free for new electeds. And I'm not sure how the mental health aspect of this fits into, if there's 15 minutes on the agenda is given towards mental health. The rest of the day and a half is healthy food and walks in the park, and so it's kind of a yoga, meditation. So it's kind of a stress. Here's how you could, you know, deal with your stress as an elected. Yeah, it's just none of it's been very clear.
Do you want to say anything?
Well, I still don't feel I understand it very well. I'd be disinclined to attend. I feel as if that maybe you really are against it, and that's very obvious. So I'm worried that you may be skewing it a little bit from what
I
the
passed
intent
out the handouts
was.
to everyone to show you what Skippy had presented to us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking I'd rather, it'd be nice to hear what John Stavney's argument about it, because he may have a clear idea of how.
John Stavney never came to the executive board or the executive council and asked permission.
Well, so that
to
puts
even
him
get
in a
involved.
certain.
It's on the other side of that.
That puts him in an awkward spot with his board then, doesn't it?
Yes.
Well, then that's an internal issue for.
So
the
he's
board.
holding a retreat on these days,
Mhm.
and he's asking Northwest COG to give him a venue in order to hold this retreat.
To pay for the venue at a place in Breckenridge.
But it's not related to a meeting of Northwest COG.
No.
He's just looking for funding for the venue.
And John Stavney is going to be part of it, and he's using the Northwest COG letterhead, the logo.
John Staffney's going to attend the workshop
John
or
Stavney
help?
apparently is supposed to do something with his elected official training. Remember, we got that really nice book that he put together? It's very, you're right, it's very unclear to me, and I've heard the presentation at COG. It's still very unclear, because on that one, it still says he's collecting $750 a person. He has the opportunity, if he does 2 symposiums at the maximum amount of people, that's $41,000. It'll be going back to Skippy's business. Which is,
How soon is it happening?
well, they don't know because it hasn't been approved yet.
Oh, so he doesn't have it on the calendar or
He was hoping to have it in March, but
Yeah, that's too
And so
soon.
you're looking for us to give you how we would like you to take our opinion back to
Right.
Northwest Cox.
And if anybody wants to attend, we're seeing if there's any support for attendance. And right now, we have not heard from all the member jurisdictions.
So Patty, I think if I'm hearing correctly, just to try and add some clarity, I think the concern is that we have Northwest Cog dues that we pay into and other public entities pay into that are being used to support this proposal. I think it's $20,000 in Northwest Cog fees. That had been approved at the executive director level now that, but the board has raised concerns about that. So it's going to come back to the board and
20,000 has not been approved. It just,
Yeah.
it's in a holding pattern. We put it aside till we hear from the jurisdiction.
So the question really to the board is whether this board would support $20,000 of Northwest Cog, including our dues money, going to support this proposal, and whether any board members would want to attend is the second question.
Right.
Yeah, insofar as, the business is concerned and such, I don't think I'm not hearing that that's the issue for you so much as the use of funds and whether that would be appropriate in this context.
Right, and there's the night stay at the hotel, then it's optional free night stay, and that's supposed to be coming out the $750 that now is supposed to go into this pot. There's just a lot of confusion, and you guys are absolutely right. It's supposed to go into this pot of money to pay for the venue, and then this $750 will pay for the rooms for the people who are attending. But if nobody attends, COG's out the 20 grand because they're going to have to put the money up front. So we're trying to just see if there's any interest within the COG membership to attend this.
Well, I would not attend, if that helps.
That may be the easier question to ask everyone first and then go to the other.
If anybody's interested, but we don't even know when it is, but, it's $750 a person.
Well, even if it were free, I would not attend.
Yeah.
And I think Kelly has her
I'll
hand
just
up.
jump in. I don't plan to attend. I guess I'm just having no direct knowledge of COG's budget and fiscal needs. It's really hard for me to know how meaningful 20 grand is. So I'm happy to defer to you, Patty, on this because I don't have a lot of passion about it one way or the other, and I don't feel equipped.
No, you're absolutely right, Kelly. And the fact that it's never happened before, I don't know where the 20 grand is coming out of COG's budget. Because usually COG's budget is pretty fine-tuned, so we don't have to continue to raise members' dues. And I think what Skippy's his idea behind this, I think, is a good one. I just don't think it's appropriate through the COG membership at this point. And he's never done one before, so it would be a first stab.
Well, I don't mind having a first, but I'm not quite sure why, if it's a company that he has in order to support himself, it's a for-profit company, not quite sure why Northwest Cogs would be paying for the venue in Breckenridge. This is really high-priced venues.
Well,
Steve and Greg, would you be attending this?
No, I'm not planning on going.
Steve?
Neither am I planning on going.
and I will hopefully, the COG board at the meeting, the members that were at the meeting, asked Skippy to send out this information to each COG member jurisdiction. It was included in our agenda packet, but if you're not going to the meeting, a lot of times you don't read the agenda packet. And especially this, you wouldn't really understand it. So that's why we asked that it be specifically sent out to try and gather that information as part of the decision-making process to see what the whole of the jurisdictions, how they felt about this. And it could be that there's some that say, let's go, so it could move forward. But for the ones I've talked to so far, they think it sounds like a really good stress-relieving Everybody knows that mental health is a big issue and that elected officials are under a lot of pressure. But I don't know if this retreat is the answer to that.
Well, it's not the answer for us, obviously. So
Yeah.
why don't you take back to them
And I
and
will
tell
let you
them
guys know
that
what the-
none of us are signing up and we have not come to a decision about COG funding it.
Okay. And we'll see if there's not enough COG members that are willing to participate. I don't know if they'll be supportive of the fund. But we did put the funding aside. That was my suggestion, that we put a hold on the funding so we knew that that money was there in case the member jurisdictions wanted to move forward.
Okay. Do you have any
You'll-
more on, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
what?
but you're gonna vote against COG spending the money on this. Is that
Yeah.
correct? Right, thank you. Okay.
And I'll see how everybody moves forward, and so that's the COG stuff. Economic Development District, real quick, they're having their great seminar. I'll get you guys more information. That's in May. That's the one that has put on with DOLA, that's usually over in Silverthorne. It's been great in the past, great speakers.
Yeah,
And
that'd be
then
great.
the other one, I've been keeping in touch more, thankfully, with Brian Pettit about the TPR, the funding. Brian and I talked, we're catching up on what the meeting was like. I think the outcome of that meeting about the Glenwood Canyon. And so Brian and I are now getting more in touch with the TPR issues and funding.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I was at that meeting on Friday, and so was Steve, and I just had a few notes of things I
Oh,
thought I'd
great.
pass on to you guys. Talked a little bit about how the infrastructure bill will help with the Glenwood situation, and like the ask that came to us to support, for Brian to vote in favor of that, was that money came from the infrastructure bill. Can't remember, the person who introduced it talked a lot, it was Elizabeth Velasco's assistant, because Elizabeth was on the floor voting in the House, and she talked a lot about the impact on businesses and the workforce when the canyon is closed. A lot of people work at the other end of the canyon from where they live. And then Janeth from Hickenlooper's office introduced Edgar Rivas, who does the transportation work for Hickenlooper in Washington. And he said that build.gov is a really good resource to go to, and he didn't really say anything specific. And then Hillary Henry spoke for Senator Bennett, and she just really was introducing herself, and she was there to listen. And then, Shoshana Liu from the CEO at CDOT, she spoke for a while, and she said it's very high on their list, and that they have a new system now where they can change their metrics for predicting potential rain problems and therefore landslides in the canyon. So they're expecting half as many, I think it was half, right, Steve? Half as many potential rain closures as we had last summer, and she recognized that was difficult. All the potential rain closures
They
last,
closed it, they
that
didn't know if
none
they
of
could
which
close
resulted in landslides.
Right.
So, and then she's going to share with us, I don't think I've gotten it yet, Steve, the slideshow so that she gave on the Cottonwood update. When I get that, I will
Oh, that'd be
ask
great.
Charlotte to disseminate that to all of you. Did you get one, Steve?
Yeah, I believe that came.
Okay, I'll look for it.
I could send it to Charlotte.
Yeah, okay, that'd be great.
Can I ask you a question? Did you hear that $1 million an hour when the canyon's closed? I heard it was $1 million an hour of loss in revenues.
I
when
don't
the
remember if I
canyon's
heard that specifically.
closed. I heard it on the
There were-
news.
Yeah, there is some figure like that. It's, I think of
Daunting.
around, something like $1 million an hour.
And then Steve introduced his idea about the rail cars, which I still love as an incredibly innovative idea.
What'd they say?
Nobody responded. He just put it out there. And then I
Good for
spoke.
you, Steve.
And then, go ahead, Steve. Did you
So
want
I
to?
actually have kind of modified.
Yeah, you had
I
modified.
I just said, I think the railroad could be part of the solution. For instance, in Alaska, from Whittier, there's a train tunnel that goes in the direction of Anchorage. And their highway department actually has paved the train tunnel.
Oh, yeah.
So when trains are not going through it, the automotive traffic can go through it, and they can only do one direction at a time. But some kind of solution like that could be a potential solution for an alternative route through the highway in Glenwood Canyon to actually have automobile traffic driving down the train tracks when there are no trains. You know, they'd have to do it only when there are no trains that would interfere with it. The other alternative was to just start rail passenger traffic from Gypsum to Glenwood. And that could be a regular thing just for commuters who are working on the other end of the canyon, can get back and forth through the canyon to get to work every day. And this could happen, it could be just a everyday thing, even if the highway's open or closed. And that way people wouldn't get stuck on the wrong side of the canyon and have no way besides a 4-hour detour to get around to get home on the other side. So
That's
that's why
interesting. Yeah.
I modified my idea about the railroad, use of the railroad.
You know, it might also keep the crude oil tankers from having to go through there if we put more traffic on the tracks, right?
So Kelly has to leave in a minute. Do you have something you want to report back to us, Kelly? And then we'll go back to where we were.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything super pressing. There's a bunch of legislation moving through. None of it is like happening tomorrow. I will say the rent control bill was slightly amended after 9 hours of testimony the other day, to just put some requirements about what the rent control max could be. It's CPI plus 3%, how it would require equity, treating equitable properties equitably, and it wouldn't apply to any buildings with COs in the most recent 15 years from when any local ordinance would be adopted. So I wanted to share that. And we may need to revisit that conversation. None of our county groups have taken a position on the bill. They're just monitoring it. What else? The CJCC, so we had a small group of us meet last week to do our jail debriefing, and we're having a report written up that will then go to the broader CJCC so that recommendations can come to this board in March. And I wanted to let you know that happened and is moving. And I have to go pick up my daughter.
Okay.
I'll see you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just add on, we have that report from the meeting Kelly was talking about that'll go out to the CJCC today, and we're meeting on Thursday. Have that conversation and get that process going.
Okay. I am going down to Denver on Thursday and attending meetings on Friday. And so I don't have anything to say to you about that right now, but I'll be going to the public lands, ag, wildlife, rural affairs, and land use and natural resources meetings. And that's all I have. Steve?
So, Francie, I will not be attending the meeting on Friday at all. That's the day we're flying from Alaska. I will be attending at least part of the meetings on Thursday.
Okay.
By way of Zoom. There is one bill I
I know, I'm
wanted to
starving
just
already.
mention from CCI. That's the bill for modification of the rural county salary categories. It's being heard in a committee this coming Tuesday. The representative who introduced it doesn't foresee any problems with it. There are 4 different county people from different counties testifying. They don't want any more than 4 testifying because he doesn't anticipate any difficulties with the bill. And this is the bill that would move Pitkin County from a 2C to a 2B category. I'm not sure if those amendments have been entered yet, but there were like 4 or 5 counties who were being added on to the 4, I think there were 4 initial ones who were doing modifications to their salary schedule. So that's just an update on that one bill that does pertain to us. Lots of different groups have meetings coming up. Club 20 policy meetings are coming up when I won't be able to attend. Might be able to attend virtually, but not in person. They hold over a 2-day period down in Grand Junction on March 1st and 2nd, I believe. Opioid settlement agreement is moving forward. They have put out an RFP to find a company, and I don't believe they have found a company yet to manage all the publicity and communications part of that. But we're holding periodic meetings on that. That's really all I have. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to go back to the Glenwood Canyon thing for just a second. So Matt Shear spoke for a while, and Jonathan Goda spoke about what happens in Glenwood, which is pretty extreme. And so when it was my turn to speak, I mentioned that while we're all focused on it and talking about it, would be really great if we took a step back and looked at it holistically and not just the canyon, but the whole traffic on the western slope, particularly Aspen and Glenwood, who are severely affected when the canyon closes. But I think it's a bigger issue, and so that was what I asked for. And then Jankowski said he's going to support Eagle right now in doing the repairs on the other side of the Cottonwood Pass, but that he is not in support of using Cottonwood Pass as any kind of alternative route when the canyon's closed. And that was about.
There was pretty strong sentiment against using Cottonwood Pass.
Yeah.
And Lou Valario, Garfield County Sheriff, said under no circumstances would he support that Cottonwood Pass as an alternative route for diverting traffic over. The impacts on the residents along the way in both counties on both sides of the pass would be pretty severe.
And
they absolutely couldn't have any semis going over there to begin with. It could only be passenger traffic.
And Lou was the only one who mentioned Aspen, which was interesting. Or I guess he mentioned Pitkin County, maybe Aspen. And just so Shauna Lou actually had some, interesting ideas. I think some of them you've heard before about having police escort the semis through the canyon, never allowed to leave the right lane for any reason, which I thought was the way it's always been. I thought they weren't allowed to pass, period, but apparently it's not a hard and fast rule, because she was saying that's one thing they're considering. One of the things she didn't talk about, which I was surprised, was lowering the speed limit in the
They
canyon.
just increased it.
They increased it like last
For
year, a
passenger
couple of
vehicles,
years
not for
ago,
truck.
before all these accidents,
Yeah.
it seems to me, but anyway.
They mentioned of cameras too. Did she talk about cameras? So you can capture speed limits and.
Did she talk about cameras?
I heard
Steve,
that
do you
on-
remember?
I heard that on the news too.
It was in the newspaper article on it, and I don't recall talking about cameras. There is actually a 13-mile restriction. Semis are not allowed to pass in the canyon.
Yeah,
for
that's what I
13
thought.
miles.
Oh, but
It's
not the
something
whole
like
length. Oh, I thought it was the whole length.
The whole length, 13 miles, they have to stay in the right-hand
Yeah.
lane. They are not legally allowed to pass.
Yeah, so I
So
don't know
if
why
there's
they
a
were talking
slow
about that.
Semi, they're supposed
everywhere.
to never pass. Now, occasionally you do see a semi passing and driving way too fast, but
It's scary.
they're
You used to
talking
be looking
about,
for
like,
rocks.
during worse weather, just having a pilot car or two CDOT vehicles going one in each lane, and just have all the semi traffic going through at a slower speed is one solution they're talking about when the road gets icy. And there's been just so many single semi accidents in there from them going too fast for the conditions.
And then one suggestion was also not allowing semis through at all in snowstorms. But anyway, it sounds like they're trying to come up with some solutions. So let's move on. Greg?
I was just going to say, we just got a press release from the Colorado State Patrol. It says tomorrow, February 22nd, troopers will be from Frisco, Vale, and Glenwood Springs will conduct high visibility surge enforcement operations on Interstate 70 between Eisenhower Tunnel and Glenwood Canyon. So
Surge enforcement.
in other words, there'll be more troopers on the highway, and if we have a winter storm as anticipated, that may be a good time for them to be in there. So anyway, they're focusing more energies on the I-70 corridor. That was the latest press release I just got. Let's see, for CC4CA, nothing really to report at this point. I don't have an update other than that their policy committee meets and looks over policies and parses the language, but there's nothing really exciting happening there. CORE had a board retreat planned, but had to cancel it due to an illness or a family issue from one of the principals involved. QQ has not had a meeting lately. Board of Health had a meeting just last week.
It was a good meeting.
And it was a good meeting, and the highlight was Dr. Levin, our medical advisor, speaking about the psilocybin law in Colorado and what the implications for that might be and what the concerns are from the medical health community. And there's a lot of big question marks on how to treat it at the state level. Just how to consider the new rules regarding psilocybin.
But Greg, the thing about Narcan.
There's a movement about distributing Narcan
through the school systems.
And I think I brought that up actually. With Durango school, kids are demanding it after a series of overdoses down there apparently. And so I think we can expect to see more of that, because I've seen it in the news also that they're talking about over-the-counter Narcan sales in pharmacies, and perhaps some of the funding if we ever see any from the Juul thing or something, or the opium settlement, could go toward Narcan.
They're saying too it takes sometimes 16 doses of Narcan in
not just
ERs.
one
To turn somebody around?
Yeah, because the fentanyl's getting that potent.
It's so strong they have to do it multiple times. Regarding, let's see, what the next Board of Health meeting I think is in
3 months.
3 months out. So, thank you. For RAFTA, I was just looking RAFTA. We're looking at our CEO report. Dan Blankenship does a great job going back and looking at everything, and I think that's one of the things that came out last time. But I'm going through the agenda here to take a look.
Well, we reported on our meetings with Dan and Kurt and Mike.
Right, and
that
we
was
also
the
had the
exec
Covenant
session.
Enforcement Commission report, which is a detailed report of the entire RAFTA corridor trail, the Rio Grande Trail from Glenwood Springs to Aspen, and all the encroachments on it and actions needed in order to maintain that right-of-way. And that was in detail. We looked at little tiny things like mailboxes and dirt that's been spread up, but they're very thorough, and the point is that corridor needs to be maintained. It's, we're rail banking, I guess, is what you call that. Let's see what else, anything else from here. The regional bike share MOU process moving forward. That's been exciting, because I've got to say, I think WeCycle has done so well, and compared to other systems I've seen, I think it's the best thing out there. I'm super proud of WeCycle. I don't have anything else. That's it for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was at the River District meeting with John Ely, but I had to leave early, and we can ask him the next time we see him. Okay, open discussion. Do we have anything?
I have a couple items, if the board is willing to give direction. We did have an interview for the Telecommunications Board, Alex Keloff, and wanted to see if the board had any direction for us to do an appointment resolution.
I think we're putting him on tomorrow.
Yeah, we liked him.
I like him, yeah. from what I saw, just watching that.
Yeah, he was great.
Okay. And then as we were going through and paying dues, Charlotte had a note to discuss the NACO, National Association of Counties. It's a small due, it's $450, but the board had raised concerns about it and said we would pay it 1 year, and before we paid it again to come back and have a discussion. I think the concerns, as I recall from last time we talked about this, was that we had previously had a board member that was very active in attending NACO and being part of the conferences and conversations there, and our board has not been as active. NACO does remain a voice on the national scene, much like CCI is a voice for us locally. NACO is that voice nationally, and sometimes that voice resonates with our values, and sometimes it doesn't with 3,300 counties. I guess before we pay it, we felt like we had made a commitment to bring that back to this board. It's, again, $450 for NACO fees.
I would like to continue. I read the newsletter every time. It's got some great opportunities, some grants and stuff. And I also review their emails because they kind of keep us up to speed on what's going at the national level and in Congress. And even though we don't attend the meetings, because the meetings, Rachel used to go because the meetings are different than most meetings, because I've been to NACO meetings, and they're mostly just groups that break out and you have to be elected to a different group. But I think the information that is disseminated through NACO to us is very helpful, and I think it's worth the $450.
I guess I agree with Patty. Kathy Chandler Henry sends me the dispatches from it's called the NACO Resorts Tourism Gateway Counties Working Group. And so it's an organization of ski towns and resort towns and tourist areas, and I think that would be something worth monitoring. I've contemplated going to one of them, but I haven't drummed up enough interest personally yet to go, but there may be a time when we want to attend one of these things.
I've tried,
Well,
but the timing hasn't never jived.
I support it also, especially since we're going to have, could have a thing for Thompson Divide coming up in Washington, and it would be nice to have some way to influence its progress and through NACO.
Yeah, and I concur with everybody's opinion. I think we do get value from NACO. I too have come really close to signing up for one of their
We'll probably all
committees,
go
which
one
you
day,
can
all of
attend.
us.
You can attend virtually. You don't have to be at the, go to Washington DC or to the Western interstate region meetings to attend these subcommittees. I have not done that, but I think we should probably all consider maybe getting more active in NACO, even if we don't go to the actually travel to Washington. Like Rachel was really religious about doing that.
Okay, that's all I had.
I have one quick thing. I just want to thank staff for the child care facility visits. It was really cool, and just to see, especially when I took my son to this one, and Ashley actually went to that one, and it was great. And I think the teachers were great, and we got some good ideas of what we might be able to use for the capital improvement fund, like a carpet at Aspen Sprouts, and also the new infant one was really interesting. Do you guys take volunteers just to come in and rock babies? But they need a buggy to take those babies out, in the summer. So there's some great ideas. So how we can really maybe use some of that money for those capital improvements. And I'll get in touch with Ashley of some of the things I've thought about after being. But it was really great. Greg, I went in your stead and was a good representative on your behalf.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you being there. I missed going to those.
Yeah, it was fun.
Okay, are we done?
I think we're done. So tomorrow noontime, right?
Tomorrow at noon, yeah.
Hopefully I won't be late. I'm having lab work done in the morning, but hopefully I'm
You
getting-
better be here.
I better? No, I'm gonna miss this meeting. I'm gonna zoom in from the cafeteria at the hospital, because they've got great food for lunch. Thanks, Grassroots.